I am always happy
When is Tyler not happy?
That's a good question.
when he's sad.
Oh, I forgot that we stole parts of Spain.
Yeah,
we gave it to France, which I didn't like personally, but I was away at the time.
It is going to be a whole thing, but...
He also convinced me not to go to war with the Muslims to the south.
He convinced you not to go to war with every single Muslim that has existed. I saw that bit.
So...
Because I later rewatched the part that I missed whenever I left.
And I just really wanted to take the whole damn thing.
You can see on the building slot over there, we ordered the construction of many churches.
Many
I waved
churches.
my hand and 20 churches were built.
Yeah.
It was
You
beautiful.
could build 20 more. You could build at least 7 more if you wanted to.
Churches make money.
Well, let's save it else for, something else.
We really need
I've already
to
made the
fix
economy
this.
30 times better already.
My king, you need more land.
Yeah, we're gonna take it away from the
Way more land.
we're taking it away from the clergy and all that.
We need to give land to the burghers.
No, we need to take it away from them too.
Why
But we don't
would
have
we
enough
give land to
capacity.
the burgers?
We need more capacity.
I should probably...
Where are we?
I'm still on the welcome screen. I'm fixing it.
Oh.
And-
Good.
Yeah, there we go.
Be a shameful display.
All right. So, it seems when we last left off, we just finished up this war with Andalusia and stole a relatively good chunk of Catalonia and land, and I must fix my...
Plotting a war with Bulgaria because Bulgaria was getting a bit too big, which meant we were going to go to war with Bulgaria and the Arabian Empire.
William,
the entirety
you have
of
to
the
move your
Arabian
camera
Empire.
down.
Yes, I know.
You look terrible.
Well, they're very much having issues right now. So that
No, I mean in general.
Well,
No, I'm kidding.
thanks.
I'm sorry.
the Arabians, I really don't think would be too much of a problem at this point. I don't think we should do it right away.
I am worried about the Navy because there are a lot of countries that have navies that are also large.
Not the Navy.
In the
True.
Navy.
But we control most of the coastline of Northern Europe.
Exactly, though, which is why
Ooh, you got a haircut.
I did.
You looking good, homie.
Thank you.
We have 6 armies of 16,000 men each.
Okay. This merchant.
And I don't know what to do with any of them.
This merchant can leave because he's sitting in a port that we're collecting from already.
Yes, but if you collect from a port that even if your home port is there, your control over the area increases more. It's not wasted.
Interesting.
That's why I did that. I did that intentionally.
Okay. Well, I suppose that makes sense.
We have to remove the Muslims from the Alps.
From the Alps.
We were also doing some ethnic cleansing of Muslims in Germany. How is that going? Is that finished?
Not the Germans.
I think we're in the process.
Why would you want to
Verdun is
clean?
the one that we can actually get to right
The
now.
Muslim Germans have to be sent away.
Which I
No,
believe...
my Germans.
Did we just take Verdun?
We're gonna bury them in a hole.
Where is Verdun?
Please,
Verdun.
no.
No, that's Verdun. Where the fuck is Verdun?
It's up your butt.
That's
I think it
helpful.
might be where one of the armies is
There it
stationed
is.
at. Yeah. We're
There was a
telling them to
great
shut
battle
it
there.
right now.
That makes
Later.
sense.
I believe they did revolt and we put it down.
That's probably why they were there. We could also reach into our subjects' lands and start converting their lands. If you wanted.
I would love to convert so much immediately.
The only thing it'll cost
want-
us is money, but we can afford it. Because we are
We have
are also
47
the
years before the Protestants happen. Before Martin Luther nails his theses on a DeLorean church.
And then it's gonna be squashed immediately.
No, actually,
It'll never
I think
spread from
I think
there.
it actually had to be a Catholic church in Germany.
We were gonna force it, remember?
That's right. But I think that we
We
should
were gonna
maybe
force it because at this current situation it would not
True.
It would not happen.
True. And where did that happen again? Because I know that was going to be a thing.
I believe it was near Saxony. It started with a W. I think it might have been Württemberg, or it might have been start with a W.
Weissenhall.
Here's Leipzig, Weimar.
There it is, Wittenberg. I see it right there.
There it is.
That's where it will start at.
Oh, and it'll be in our land too. So
Yep.
we will be the ones fighting it.
Yep.
We'll put a garrison there because of future sight.
That
Well,
won't help.
It won't. It really won't. But it'll have to happen, and we'll have to address it.
I'm
There's
glad
an
I
unpopular
read it.
mathematician, my emperor.
What? Read it.
Like many rulers of this age, Dubosek the First has wanted to surround himself
What
with
did
great
you
minds
just say
that
about
could debate
me?
the secrets of the world. Some possess great wit and excel at debates, while others are more suited for solitary experiments or mathematical calculations. There is no doubt quite a bit of rivalry at times, as the favor of the emperor can be a very beneficial thing to have for any thinker, scientist, or innovator. One such intelligent fool has lately come to be ridiculed by many peers. Congan Somerset. Oh dear. What have we done? He has a great mind for mathematics, but is a notably poor debater, and some would argue the reputation of the court suffers for indulging such work.
So he's a poor debater, which means he's not a master debater.
He is not a master debater.
Correct. Although that would probably also be fine with DeLoreanism. I don't think many people would care if you were able to masterfully debate, as one might say.
You can let him go on, and we'll lose some prestige, but we'll gain a point of innovativeness. Every point of innovativeness we have reduces the cost of activating many powers.
It's true.
And he is
If we-
embarrassing us. We will throw him away and get prestige and legitimacy.
He may become a master debater if we let him live.
So, important thing to realize. We will pretty much always be ahead in technology, as we control most of Europe, and that will not change. But,
I like.
so the more innovativeness we get, it goes up to 100. And if we start falling behind, then it starts dropping. But as long as we stay ahead, then it would be good to have.
We'll point out, I'm pretty sure innovativeness reduces the cost for stability stuff.
I think anything
And right
that
now,
you
our
spend points
stability
on.
stuff
Yeah.
has a massive problem.
I think my prestige will just come back, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's-
Well, depending on
So
how...
here's
Are
how
you
It'll probably
telling
go
me
back
I am
up.
not loved?
prestige sort of yo-yos around,
Mhm.
but our power is so great and terrible that by the time we get down to like 50 prestige, it'll balance out and it won't go down anymore. And 50 prestige is really good.
Yeah, I would guess that ours is probably going to stabilize around 60, if I had to guess.
Yeah, so we can really spend as much prestige as we want and we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I want the technology.
Technology it is.
Let that man speak, or I will
That
have
stupid
everyone.
genius speak.
The
He will bring
king
along
has
more
sent him
master
a
debaters
note
in his-
saying, "You're a good think
In
boy."
his path.
Take heart, young man, and speak more.
Okay, so Lesser
That's
Alba,
nonsense.
Lesser Alba is thinking thoughts, and they're bad.
Rebellion?
They're bad and
many-
terrible
how many-
people.
So from their development's just too high. 135% comes from development.
Something you could do.
What if we just start stealing highly developed provinces from them?
I like that idea.
What if we grab them by their hair and told them, it's like, you will give us these regions or else we will fight you. And if we fight you, we'll tell them that they're ours.
How rude, Haley. Don't wish that on people.
We can't even seize their land.
True.
Why would you have my children
What
die of
we-
hunting accident, say?
What we could do is place a relative on their throne. It'll increase their liberty desire up past 100, but they won't do anything because we could still easily crush them.
I wish they would rebel.
But
Hi,
if
lady.
we
Why
have
you
a relative
doing
on the
it?
throne, then their liberty desire will be lower, since we'll be of the same dynasty. And then later on, if we need to reduce it more, we can placate the rulers.
I believe the dynasty in Lesser Alba right now is from one of those fucking cadet branches that were created like 400 or 500 years ago.
Probably. We just
I
want to
believe
get
that's
it.
who technically rules Lesser Alba currently.
We just want to get it low enough that we can start seizing their land. 'Cause
And
once
get
we
rid
can
of
do,
that development stuff.
yeah.
So, my lord, we have a plot
Uh-huh.
where we want to take the current king of Lesser Alba and fucking throw him away and
Mhm.
replace him with a king that is closer to you.
Uh-huh.
We can
This
make
will
you a
make the
cousin,
nobles
Mr.
and-
Golem Child.
That will make the nobles and peasants of Lesser Alba fucking furious. But in the future, it could make it so that we could potentially just inherit their lands or get their shit down low enough that we can just take it.
Why can't we just invade them?
Because they're already underneath you, and it would be unseemly. You can't invade your
do that.
the people who are
You
already
could
underneath
theoretically
you.
do that. Because what you
Well,
could
you can.
theoretically do is we could take the vassal charter that they have with us and tear it up. And then take them the old-fashioned way.
Would that be quicker?
It would be incredibly violent. It would follow the old DeLorean tradition of every king having a hideously violent civil war.
Yeah, but I don't like the yellow blotches on the map.
Tyler the First, like, I don't like these yellow blotches here. How many men must die for me to get rid of these?
Yes, how many
And then-
people will
and then
have to
the-
die for me?
All
And then
of
the
them.
court starts calculating. It's like, I think probably 50 to 150,000, sir.
It really does
Gosh,
depend
less
on
than a
how
million,
bloody we're
so that
wanting to
sounds
go
pretty
with
good.
it. We could do the court intrigue politics, or we could try to do it more outright. One requires a war. and
I'm
the
a
other one
stand-up
doesn't.
man, a man of my word, and a man of my people. And I tend to take things by the balls.
Right.
I say we take back what is rightfully ours.
Okay, so what we would probably want to do, war strategy-wise, is we'd probably want to blockade the strait between Ireland and Britain, so that we can try to keep their troops there, in Ireland. And then we want at least 4 armies of our army corps that we have set up in England, and we'd probably want 2 armies dealing with their territory they have in Denmark. I'd wonder. So whenever if we order their vassalage to go away, there'll probably be a 10-year period where we can't go to war with them.
True.
That could be 10 years where we further militarize to make a potential civil war quicker, and it will likely take multiple wars to gobble up all the land.
Not just one big war.
But the good thing about it is that we won't suffer any aggressive expansion. So we can take as much as we can in each war. And since the development is relatively low, we could probably take a good chunk at a time. So still might take like 3 wars to get everything, but it could be a lot worse.
Okay, so my emperor, the path we're going to go on was going to guarantee violent warfare.
For generations.
So this is our last chance for us to decide on this.
They chose this path by being apart from me.
They were very wrong to do that.
Okay, so I guess what the emperor wants, he wants us to release Lesser Alba.
Release them and then absorb.
What will likely happen when they are released is they will seek allies, which may likely be Sweden.
Yes.
No, not the Swiss.
The war will expand significantly, but
Theoretically, we could
Swaps
still
with the
face
Middle
Sweden, since we do still have our
what's
vassals.
our land unit cap?
We should make peace.
137. We can
probably
make
have to
more
add-
regiments if we want.
We'll probably need 2 more whole armies. That's what we'll need.
Oh yeah, and cannons aren't happening for another 10 years anyway.
Yeah. Likely,
Perfect. We'll
what
have the
happen is
prototypes out by the first battle.
by the time the treaties that we have with them end, the cans will be ready. So, my lord, we're raising about 2 or 3 more entire armies
I think the two is
for this big war that's coming. We've
Mhm.
spent 500 gold on the recruitment efforts.
I believe we're
Uh-huh.
going to need to start building some barracks soon. That way we can start
Then
making
do it.
more troops per month.
Okay, so let me make some advising things. No, don't do this. You're
It's power
wrong.
from him.
So here's what I would say, my liege.
Oh, I like it when you call me things nice.
What I would suggest is we should have basically man grounds, areas where we plan on in the future putting military points in and raising troops from. So, for example, these fish and the like, in the future, fish anywhere with cows or wheat, we could put manufactories that'll increase the amount of manpower they have by like thousands. And the barracks increase the local manpower by percentages. So I would say that we go through the empire and you find out where you want, like, what centers would you want our men to be raised from most? Because one of the things I have here is I have the manpower counter, and it shows like how like the amount of men we get. Right now our manpower is small everywhere, but we have such a large empire. We're able to summon a lot of men because we get like 500 from here and like 1,000 from here. And
We also
like,
get them from our
50
vassals.
here. Yeah, and that as well.
Okay.
So what I would suggest is that somewhere that has a trade good that we can turn into men, which is the food ones, fish, cows, or wheat. Pick a region of those that we control, and then we could start upping the manpower in them. And we can start drawing from those instead of just building barracks all over the shop.
If we do that, we will also have to remember their locations, because those will be places we will have to defend in other wars.
Those are just places. Well, the easiest way to do that would be to look up where buildings are, and we'd see where the barracks are. And we might want one in our capital, because our capital gets a manpower bonus for being our capital.
True.
Deloria.
So, of the regions that we directly control, what regions would you want to be manpower centers?
Probably Denmark and southern Britain.
Okay, so like Colding could be one. That could be full of men.
Yeah, that'll work.
And Nordjylland.
I would say that we should probably put it more in the capital state if we're gonna use one of the fish ones. Either on Deloria itself or on Finn or any of the smaller islands.
Finn.
And what we'll need to do is in Colding and in Deloria, we'll need to start smashing that fucking military power and get that up.
We have lots to spend, so. Or we will have lots to spend, since we don't really have a reason to save it right now.
That was just something I wanted to get out there.
Advisor Mains.
Yes,
He's
my lord.
promoted to advisor now.
I don't know. I figured he already was one. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Meh." I figured
Yes.
he already
Consider
appointed
him the
for it.
court jester, my liege. He knows
No.
nothing.
I am an advisor.
Now tell me, why do you side with the German parts of Deloria?
Because I was born and raised there.
Are we officially going to release Lesser Alba now?
If we want to secure things, it would be the time to do it. That way we can start waiting out the clock.
This politicking is nothing. It's boring.
It is,
It
also,
is.
it's the only accents I can do.
That the
have to-
vassalization of Lesser Alba will be gone. I'm sure Jordan and Sam would be rolling in their graves.
Don't
We-
worry, it'll be back in our control within 30 years.
A fun trick we could do before we rip up their contract is we could still get rid of their ruler and place one of our own on
That
the
would
throne.
be fun. And then put some pissant on the throne.
Shall I...
Do we get any negatives for fighting people of our own dynasty?
Only if we're royal married. Actually,
I'm
since we're not royal married to them, we might still be able to claim the throne whenever they first come up. If they don't have an heir by the time our timer runs out, we might be able to claim their throne in an actual war and make them a personal union instead of
nice thing.
a subject.
It'd be nice if the person we put on their throne was like 6 years old.
We don't get to control it, but we can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, do
So-
that. It'd be real bastard-like.
It
Okay,
has
the
been
Emperor's
done.
declared we will be bastard.
And their legitimacy is only 20, which is even better, actually. Lord Comgan IV of House Aelpin.
He's actually pretty good, unfortunately.
He does have an heir, but it's a weak
Not for
claim.
long.
So that won't really
a
matter.
weak
too
claim,
much.
so maybe we can just we can do the time-honored tradition. You turn all of those back on right now, mister.
Okay. And now it is
Advisors,
time.
how long do you think this will take?
Well, our truce lasts for 10 years.
I think it'll be 10
believe.
years, the truce will.
Didn't we gobble it all up at once?
We probably
We
won't be
m-
able to gobble it all up at once, but
we
we will be able to
might.
take the vast majority of it.
We might be able to, depending on what their legitimacy is at that point. But more likely than not, it will be a multi-generational war of genocide and travesty.
If this goes wrong, it'll be blamed on you, Tyler the First. Okay.
I am doing this to speed up shit. I want to get shit done in my lifetime.
Well,
He must follow in his mother's footsteps.
Okay, so how long is the treaty now? Oh, they changed colors. Oh, they broke. It's the
Oh.
Gaeldom.
Is that
oh,
red?
oh, that went poorly.
Lesser Alba shattered immediately, and now there is the Gaeldom. Well, how long's our treaty with them?
With the Gaeldom, we don't have a treaty.
Then do it. I
I
guess.
think.
we
Get
need
our
a
troops
reason.
over there.
We have
So our
the
reason is
we have the
we want the
Reconquest
land.
Casus Belli, so we can take it all back. It should show
We
it.
need to move our troops first.
Get
Well,
them in
we've
position
still
and
got
prepare for
a
war.
whole army being trained right here. Where do we want to move these guys?
Cannons be damned. We don't need them.
I think we
Well,
should.
what-
It's gonna go
take
quicker
Kent
than I
first.
thought.
I have a thing down there that'll show us where all the forts are. It's where the manpower thing is. You can click that a couple of times, and then there'll be a fort level one. And so we can see where all the forts are, so we can plan our method of attack. So we'll have to take a fort near York first.
We'll have to take Lancashire, which is fine, because they can't pass York, and we can't pass Lancashire. So,
What kind of terrain is Lancashire?
woods. So it'll be a -1.
Mm-hmm.
We will have 2 armies. We could bring up this army too.
I think we should have 4 armies in Britain and then 2 armies in Denmark. So I think we should begin the process of moving most of our troops we have on the continent into Britain.
We'll send this one this way too. Because
Whenever
we're making another army.
Yeah, whenever the units start getting raised, don't move any of them because they'll confuse the little thingy and it'll make it a mess to fix.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Computer.
And you guys are gonna get transported to. They just immediately shattered.
They did, and they were like, "Whoa!" and fell apart.
That was real bad.
They were only relying on Greater Alba to keep them afloat,
Hmm.
Lesser Alba.
and then you mercilessly destroyed them.
What's our income now?
14.
Okay, so we lost a couple ducats a month because of that.
Yeah. We'll fix it, though. We're not going to have that. All right.
Oh, they're
going
everywhere.
to London.
I wonder if they can see all the
Sitting
troops
has
amassing.
begun.
What?
So that went into Siena. So the region of Siena now has diamonds, and it's actually got the most valuable diamonds in the world because of an event that just occurred.
The Pope owns them. The Pope is big for a Pope.
The Pope is big. The Pope is the most powerful Catholic state in the world.
I think
I
they're
wish
about
the
the
Ghost
only
Council
one
was
now.
here to see my
Janelle's also
ascension.
Catholic. But
There will be a recording.
If only they could see of what greatness I'm going to do. Then it turns out to be a disaster later.
That is possible. If that is, it's like we can trace the moment it happened.
But
Yep.
since we have the Reconquest Casus Belli on the Gaeldom, we should be able to just rip it all away. Not all of it, but a lot of it, since it won't cost us very much.
This is beautiful.
So, yeah, and then this one will go to Essex.
We believe because of how the land is, we might be able to snake our way past the fort at Lancashire. By the way,
We might be able to. Yeah,
if we
'cause
go along the
fort
East
level hasn't
Coast.
reached that. And the next one is at...
If you just
Lothian.
left click those, it'll shift through them.
Ah,
Like if you
I see.
Yeah.
You are intelligent, Counselor Alex.
Ow!
Don't praise him!
That hurt him.
I had a thing stuck in the hair on my leg.
He has an ingrown nail on his fucking head.
Now you remember to rename these armies that we're raising, because they're wrong. Right now we have an army called the Army of Scotland,
Oh, that's...
And they're officially our enemies right
and
now.
there's an army
so-
called the Ninth Army, and we don't have that many yet. So this would be the Seventh Army.
I'm getting it.
Rename it the Ninth Army.
We don't take lip from Germans.
I think the Ninth Army is actually the Eighth. They can't count.
There.
This is the army from Germany can't count for the shit.
Well, it's a good thing they're not
Sad.
here to count. They're here to fight.
We have no schools in Germany.
We are officially losing money now.
We are.
Sir,
Well,
We are also spending lots and lots on our advisors, too.
Your Majesty,
yes.
can we have schools in Germany?
You can have fighting schools, also known as
They had-
academies.
If Germany had schools, then when the Protestants happened, then that'd be, like they'd be reading
No.
and stuff.
No.
We're gonna
I'm glad
eventually
that we
discover
can
the
see the
printing
future.
press. They're gonna read books, and those books are gonna say things.
Oh.
We would like to know how to read. It would be a great thing, and we would praise you much dearly.
I think with the turn of the month, we probably can launch the war.
This is going faster than even I thought.
Once the month turns over, we'll have a bunch of reinforcements that'll come in and all that.
We're going to need a capital ship soon.
We will.
You'll get to name our first capital ship, my liege.
It'll be the Dubelsec
If you
class.
do that, you'll make the biggest fucking ship in the world, and it costs a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it gets special abilities, and you get to choose them, and you get to name it.
Mm-hmm.
The Dubelsec.
You could curse us with that if you wanted.
I will go down in history.
Many doobies
Damn
have
it.
gone down in history thus far.
Have they?
It's a very
Yes.
historical name at this point.
It's a very popular name with DeLoreans.
Oh,
It is why we named you it.
well, I thought it was
Well,
the
that's
first.
not as
Now I,
fun anymore.
now I
You're
feel-
not.
They
You're like the
have-
10th Dubelsac.
fuck.
Oh, okay.
They
Oh,
have reconquest on us.
Look what you have done, Counselor
good.
Alex.
So,
you have
What if we
saddened.
declared war on them for no
king.
reason?
Well, we'll
That would
lose
do-
5 stability.
Good. So let's invent a reason.
I like that idea. That's not the one. Fuck, where is it? Economy, spy network. There we go. Oh, So they are a lesser underneath Lesser Alba now.
What's our peace treaty with Lesser Alba last till?
A while. We've got another 5 years. It's not 10
Okay,
years, it's
so-
only 5.
False alarm, my lord. You have 5 years.
Oh,
In the
I'm
meantime,
so
though, you can,
bored.
in fact, do a capital ship. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can.
I just keep getting disappointed over and over.
Well, now you can build a capital ship that costs 100 gold to make.
Yeah. It'll
And
be,
you get to choose 3 special abilities for it. We can only have 1 capital ship in our empire at a time.
But now I don't even know what to call it.
It's like, well, first, before you even name it, you'd have to select what special abilities you want it to have.
Yeah, there's lots of things it can do. What would you want it to
Greater
be?
rate of fire.
Would you? Well, it doesn't quite work like that. You could.
Stealth star.
Do you want it to be able to fight on its own, or do you want it to be a commanding flagship?
Here's the special abilities it has. You get to choose 3 of them. There's mass load cannons, which will give 50% more cannons on it. It just it on the fire phase it shoots loads. You can have a thing to where it makes it to where it increases trade power. This is only useful if it's in a trade fleet. You can get an ability that increases the morale of the fleet it's a part of. Morale is actually wonderful.
It's really good to have.
Navies very rarely destroy each other utterly. It's usually one navy will leave the battle because of loss.
We're gonna put a castle on a ship.
Yes.
Yes.
This one increases engagement with. Last time we were talking about military and how it works on here, and we were
With
talking
is
about the length.
good longer
Yes,
line.
it's
mean
very
it-
good. Normally on with the army, it takes decades for each point. This will just give us 3 on naval engagements. We can get mortars whenever you're doing a siege on a province that's on the coast, and when the fleet is out there, it gives a huge bonus to the siege. This would make it even more effective. So if there was like a castle up on a coast, like one that's over in Britain, many of them in Britain, in fact, it would make the siege go faster. This makes it to where the fleet it's a part of will be faster, going from province to province. This makes it to where the ship itself is 50% more durable, less likely to sink. Whenever a flagship sinks, it's devastating, because 1, it's expensive, and 2, you actually lose prestige from it, and your enemy gains prestige. It actually even affects the war score.
There's a
because it's
whole
like,
thing that happens.
The great honor is gone, you know. I believe this is a special thing, because we're technically Britain. It's a thing that makes it to where if we had Marines, we're not doing Marines. I think this is also a British thing. Makes it to where there's a chance for your admiral to gain skill points whenever they're performing missions and stuff. A thing that makes them 25% better at piracy. That's not useful for us because we control almost all the trade nodes we're involved in. A thing that makes it to where we get double naval tradition from battles. Naval tradition affects how good admirals are when we recruit them, and affects how good the sailors' morale is. And those are the abilities. You get to choose 3 of them.
I definitely want the more cannon.
Cannon.
Mm-hmm.
You can do the big bastard build and have more durability and more cannon.
I can make the strongest ship in the known world.
You can make it a Star Destroyer if you so desire.
It's just whether you want it to be a Titan of War or a command vessel.
Yeah.
Let's get that. I like the shoot. We're gonna have the combat with, and we're also going to have the morale boost.
And it will have morale.
Good choices, my liege.
What do you want it called? It's currently the Duke.
That's boring in low class. It shall be called the Conqueror.
Conqueror. There we go.
It was like all the accents of the DeLorean, like Alba Empire, all combined. It was like the Conqueror.
It was we made a very yelly language. Shall I send the final papers to commission its building?
Yes, break the bottle and stuff.
We've spent every fucking coin in the treasury to make it, my lord. It'll take us. It won't be done until another 2 years.
Well,
It'll
in
be
60
ready
days,
before your
we're
war
gonna
with
get a
Lesser
big boost of
Alba.
money.
Let's put some more manpower in Deloria, by the way.
Oh. Things are happening. The nobility are
Alright.
asking things.
No,
Shut
we'll
them
demand
down.
autonomy. You can crush them, give them their autonomy, or you can reform all society.
Shut them
If you
down.
try to crush them, then there will be a small army that we must crush. And it's over here in Gallery, which we already have people stationed there. So,
No, and just crush
We
them.
have an army that's led by a general stationed there.
yeah.
Just kill them. Just kill them. How
Okay.
dare they talk back?
Lord
That's a-
says that they're to die.
That is a very good decision, my lord.
We agree
They're
with this
dying a lot.
decision, my lord.
Look at them. They're already dead.
Andalusia has declared us their official rival.
It means
They
that
are
we are
nothing
weak enough for them
compared
to
to
be
us.
considered our equal. I hate this.
Oh,
How
we
do you-
need another rival. Shall we send them a fuck you letter?
They
Yes,
sent
send
us
them
a
the
letter.
fuck you letter for daring to send me a fuck you letter.
They sent us a letter with sperm in it. And then we responded by sending a letter that our lord wiped his ass with.
It's a fucking. There's a
We can
brown
also
yellow
send them.
stain.
We can send them a right and proper insult as well.
You can send them an insult, or you can send them a scornful insult, which you get to like choose what the insult is.
I like that. Do that.
Your mother was a hamster, and her father smells of elderberries.
Do we want to keep that one, or do we want to re-roll it?
Is that what it says?
Yes,
That's
this
a
is the actual
classic,
insult.
though.
That's
It is a
reroll.
classic. I'm just asking you, my liege. I would never want to do anything you don't want, my liege.
Yeah, that would make me have to flog you.
That would make us have to join the revolution if our advisors keep doing
I-
stuff without the emperor's blessing.
I suggest a reroll. That
I
is not
think that we
taunting
can
enough.
be worse. I think we can be worse. I think let's
Confirm.
just re-roll. Re-roll. Re-roll it!
Reroll.
There is a problem most rife with Andalusia. I suspect the cause of Andalusians.
I like that. Keep that one.
Your country's wrong. I think it's because your people are wrong.
We have sent a highly cultured letter to Andalusia. However, they have somehow interpreted it as an insult. We are amused at their lack of culture, but they appear to be quite upset.
Oh, good.
Yara.
If they think about going to war, we could just send the French and destroy them. How dare they think they're a real country?
It's true.
Like, France, go kill them. Go kill them,
Like,
France.
literally, like we could do our own thing, and if they declare war on us, we go, okay, vassals, go get them. Fuck them.
Yeah, that's a thing we can do.
And then we'd still win, because we wouldn't even be putting all of their effort into it.
The people love our merchants.
Okay.
We got more trade power out of it.
I think that was
Oh.
a decision made last time, my lord.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom!
Lots of churches have been
Churches.
built, and we should be
We'll have to
making
wait for the
more
month of
money.
Oh,
And then I fixed the
it
economy.
increased our income by so much.
I fixed the economy. I don't know what you want.
It gave
I-
us
I
another
could-
fucking 11 ducats per fucking month. Too bad we, like, between losing Lesser Alba and raising, like, another 30,000 men, we basically spent the money that those churches, like, raised.
It's fine.
My lord, we can fabricate more claims within Andalusia if we prefer.
Yeah. Sure, do that.
And Lesser Alba has sent us a please take us back letter as an alliance.
They want us to treat them like equals.
Look how small they are. No.
Shall I spit on it?
Wipe
No.
your ass with it.
Yes.
It shall be so, my liege. Shall we?
Like I shan't even wipe my own ass with it.
Oh.
One of my
Can we not
advisors shall
fabricate
do
that?
it.
Interesting.
Spits in it too.
Oh,
We should
Where do these
probably
people
start.
get off?
We should probably start building a spy network against Lesser Alba as well.
I would agree.
so that when the time comes and the treaty runs out, we can do what needs to be done.
I hear you, buddy. We shall send in the spies.
Do that.
What
I shall
else?
fetch lemon bread.
Let me see.
The Emperor's lemon bread.
Do we have
they have a
lemons in
lot of
Europe?
prestige for some reason.
Because their name is
Very
Alba,
lovely.
and they control the holy mystic homeland of Alba.
Are
Yeah.
you saying that they are more Alba than we are?
Wonder
That
Never
has
seen
to be
such a
dealt
thing.
with.
I wonder who King Comgan IV is, like, where he would be on, like, the family tree.
It's a rather
Hold up.
popular name.
Unfurl the grand tree.
Okay, so this one is a
so this
specific
is a big
event.
deal. The Court of the Star Chamber was a court of law, which evolved from meeting of the King's Royal Council. Some stuff about Henry the fucking seventh in real life and all that.
You know, the guy doesn't currently exist or ever will.
It's a
Don't
thing
worry
that's
about
in England. If we have it, we'd get government reform progress, and for the rest of the game, and when it says that, it means it. It's never going away. For the rest of the game, we would have -1 national unrest, but we'd have slightly increased stability cost modifier. We want this.
Yes, we do.
If you say we want it, we want
We
it.
want
It's
it.
basically free unrest reduction.
Yes. It's very good.
And unique
And
to
we
our
got it-
people.
Even if later on, if we turn to Rome or be revolutionary or whatever, it doesn't matter. We will always keep that bonus.
And that's a very good
He'll
thing to
stay
have
with
as
us
Rome.
forever. It's one of the benefits in this game of going from country to country, because you can collect permanent bonuses.
I think our next war should be against the Muslims in the Alps, like the king wanted.
But
agree,
I
but
want
think our
the
next war's gonna have to
country
be-
together again.
Yeah, if we fight a big scary war with the Muslims,
Well,
then we'll have
I mean after the Great Unification Wars.
Oh.
I'm
You said the
always
next one, that's
looking
your
ahead,
thing.
my liege.
You did say
Great
the next
Unification
one.
War could be 2 or 3 wars that last 30 years.
Okay. We have
gave
money
me a
that we
small
can
stroke.
spend if we want to do more things, or
We need to put more manpower in those 2 regions as well.
more
And
manpower.
Golding Gloria.
Colding's already got
Not
one.
that. You need the manpower,
Oh,
the infrastructure.
and how much do we have? We have a while. Shall I increase military manpower in Deloria and Colding?
Yeah. I'm stuffing my
Yes.
face with lemon bread.
And that,
Oh, it's
that
so
sound
good.
you heard was just Geo whining.
And
I
see,
didn't hear that.
Okay. So it'll be a little
Do
bit
it.
cheaper to do it here in Colding. Do we want to reduce the... We can take an edict that would reduce the cost of that.
We don't want that, because that'll double the government capacity cost of the state.
Fair. Do
Do it as efficiently as possible, damn it. I don't care how you do it,
and
just
in
do
1
it.
month we'll do it in the capital.
In a few days, we can do it there.
Boop.
That one press added hundreds of manpower in Deloria alone. We have a new fucking thing we can do!
We can.
Oh, I don't
Okay.
normally get decentralized bureaucracy, but given the state of our empire, decentralized bureaucracy could be really good.
We will need lots of promoted cultures for a while.
The majority of our empire are not accepted cultures.
Until we become Rome proper. And even then, a lot of our cultures won't be. But then again, it'll transfer all of our provinces to Roman, so I don't think that'll be an issue. at that
It'll
point.
turn all of our primary cultures ones into Roman culture.
Only primary culture?
Yeah, and since we'll be the emperor in Rome, it will mean that we will have all the Latin cultures. So basically, all of the Italian cultures will be fine, and all of the cultures that were our primary culture before will become Roman. So it will centralize things quite a lot.
Fair.
All
If
the
we-
Latin ones.
If we do centralized bureaucracy, the autonomy change will really help us keep developing these points, because this is based off of the average autonomy in all of our empire. Which means that once we start filling up and we get extra points, we'll either be able to put that into increased governing capacity, or we save it for potentially during the revolution if we make that choice, and then we can spend all of that to become a revolutionary empire.
So
That would mean to
Emperor
kill
Tyler,
me.
So here's the two choices. They're both very good, and like both of them are very good.
Mm-hmm.
You can get a thing that that'll increase the speed in which autonomy is reduced in a province. So when you take over a province, its autonomy is really high. So let's say that you get 10 taxes out of a province. When you take it, it's at 90 autonomy, so 90% of that money you don't get. And slowly over time, the autonomy goes down in that province until it eventually gets down to 0, and you get all the money out of it. Instead of only getting 1 ducat, you get the 10 ducats per month out of it like you should. So that's centralized bureaucracy. It's very good. The other one would give us 2 more cultures we could adopt as accepted cultures. Provinces of cultures that aren't accepted are bad. They produce very little money. They produce very little recruits for the army. They're liable to revolt. And ethnically cleansing the cultures is really hard to do until really late in the game.
True.
Damn it.
So any ethnic cleansing would have had to have happened in Crusader Kings. Because now everyone has now there's nationalism and everyone has their own national identity now, and it's hard.
It's a whole thing now.
There's no loyalty to one's king anymore. It's just country.
People care about countries and states now. So both of them are very good for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I think that given our situation, the decentralized bureaucracy one would be better for the cultures. Because our country is such a patchwork of cultures already. That's all the cultures that are in us. And whenever we start getting rid of some of our other like partner states and everything, this is only going to get worse.
Oh yeah.
It's only going to get worse as we conquer more places as well.
Like, this is just what we personally own, and then if we go into culture, all of these are completely going to be absorbed within us. So, yeah, it's going to be a whole thing.
So essentially right now, from the part of our empire that we directly control, only 40% of it is currently operating at good efficiency. The other 60% are of cultures that don't like us, and they don't want to give us all the
hi, Sam. We split the country in 2 with a great civil war.
The papers that contained Lesser Alba have been ripped up, and they created the Gaeldom out of most of their territory. So,
It's a country called the Gaeldom that controls most of what is traditionally the Lorian Gaelic land.
mm-hmm.
You see, Alex said that you'd be rolling in your grave to see what I just did, but
Yeah.
I didn't like the yellow on my map.
Blue.
So we still need to come to a decision on this one, my king.
What?
Do we promote more
that,
cultures, or do we
decentral.
reduce autonomy?
Decentralized. Autonomy's whatever. That's an overtime thing. That thing is not.
It shall be so, my liege.
He wants to see the progress now. And
I am an
later.
impatient person.
Well,
I only have 100 years to live.
we're so very
It's like, I've been told in school I will live 100 years, and that's not enough time.
How old are
It's
you?
not. I'm already feeling the crippling meningitis.
26.
Age of 26.
You are 26 years old. You got like 50 more years.
50?
Yeah.
What do you even mean? I'll be dead in a week.
No, this isn't the medieval times. This is early modern times. We haven't quite discovered penicillin, but
You fucking
we're getting there.
Gollum fuck. So says Samuel. You split my empire.
He did.
I mean, you did.
It is a great option.
Golem, not Gollum.
Do we have anything
And
else
we're
to do?
fixing
The
it.
best
We're
part is
making it-
that, Sam, the best part is that Tyler's technically your kid. Tyler was the first. Tyler the First came right after Sam the Seventh.
Yep.
Oh,
And the Empire sort of split itself.
Okay, these aren't
And I'm
people we
fixing
care
it.
about.
To get you up to date, Sam, what happened was Lesser Alba was essentially too powerful to allow us to boss them around, and Lesser Alba was ruled by a cadet branch of our family that was created hundreds of years ago, so they considered themselves to be distinctly different, and they didn't want to be absorbed, and the process of absorbing them would take too long. And so the plot that was came up with was that we actually remove them from vassalage. We let them be independent, under the understanding that soon we would invade them and just take everything back by violent force. And so the good old tradition of DeLorean Alban civil wars would be restored.
As it must be.
However, whenever we released Lesser Alba, it immediately shattered into a new kingdom called the Geldom, and also Lesser Alba.
Lesser Alba's right here in Tiny.
So Lesser Alba, and Lesser Alba has a shit ton of prestige because they hold the original mystic homeland of Alba, so they're like, we're Alba, and they have a bunch of prestige. So
We'll
it's a
take
mess.
that.
It's a mess that and we have to wait a couple of years to clean it up because there are treaties that have to run out.
Stupid
Yeah.
ass treaties. Mumsy's too dead to stop me. Fuck. Couldn't even make the
like
yellow
a month.
map disappear. I did it in a fucking day.
In the meantime, we could go to war with Burgundy. They're the last moose lambs here in
No.
our
You don't
territory
like
in
that.
Europe.
What's our manpower cap?
Our cap is 86,000. Well, 80,000.
I don't
Why
think
do
we
we
should-
keep trying to go to war? Let's
I
just
don't think
make
we should
more
go to war
peace
with Burgundy
treaties.
Why?
until the Lesser Alba situation solved.
Because if we leave ourselves be, just
You keep wanting to leave us wide open. Why do you keep
Because
doing
we
this?
wouldn't be wide open. We outnumber
we'd
them
still
by
be
a lot.
recovering.
Our vassals outnumber them by a lot. We could honestly just sit back. It's just them, the Abbasids, who are literally just desert folk, and Cantabria, which is here.
Do you know the problem
you
with desert
promise-
folk?
Oh,
They
no.
have
They live in the
2,000 men.
desert.
They have
know how to
20,000 men and
survive.
2,000 in reserve. They're nothing.
They will kill us.
No, they won't.
They can live in the desert and we can't. Well, good thing we're not fighting in the desert. Or fighting in this war at all.
My
right,
liege,
William?
I'm just saying that we could take all of this and not even worry about it.
Well,
My
no,
liege,
we would be
Are you
getting
saying not a
France,
single-
making France more powerful, which I disagree.
Not a single Alban
They're-
soldier will die in that war.
They're in a personal union, though. They're not going to revolt.
It's like things can happen though.
I figured we were going to be absorbing Francia first whenever we started absorbing people.
I know, but once they're absorbed, then I'll be safe.
Well, then they're going to get replaced by West Francia, who will just be our vassals.
I don't like the state of things, and I don't like making people who aren't us more powerful.
But they
'Cause
essentially
they aren't us.
are us. They essentially
not.
are. We share
They're
the
not,
same
though.
crown. That's what our personal union is.
I've played as Austria before. Don't you talk down to me.
They're going to
I
kill us all.
was saying
It'll
that
be your
more for
fault,
our
my
glorious
fault.
leader.
I like when my advisors bicker and scream at each other.
We will start leaking things to the press to get advantages over each other.
We'll do it.
That's what we'll start doing.
This
Is
dirty
that an
fuck's a
historical
Burgundian
event you're trying to
sympathizer.
tell me?
That's in
There's-
reference to a certain administration we may or may not have had recently.
Oh.
He's a Burgundian sympathizer, my lord.
Shut your mouth.
You know who lives in Burgundy.
The Burgundians?
Burgundy is heavily Muslim. We watched it happen in slow motion in fucking Crusader Kings.
We did. We got rid of most of the push. It is now in proper German territory, but it's still got to be fixed. Speaking of
We gotta
which,
fix the Alban territory in our backyard first.
we're fixing
2.5
Verdun right now.
years, and we'll be able to do the big Alban Civil War.
We can always start sending our people out into our vassal countries and fixing them. It only
I
costs a
don't
little
think
bit.
that's necessary.
I mean, it's not
No one
really.
is
It's
needs
just
of fixing
if you want to.
yet.
Are these
I
people
deem that to be a
Catholic?
waste of money.
It
These
is a
people are
small waste of money for the gratification that we are getting rid of Catholics.
Catholics are disgusting things.
The French and the Germans deal with it.
Over time, they should also be dealing with it. So
We got bigger things to fry, like other Albans.
this is true. We've got another 3 years for that.
Is anything
We have enough
Crusader
money. We
Kings
should consider building more barracks in Germany and establishing more provinces as provinces that we pull manpower from.
Apparently, William's schemes are doomed to fail.
Who says that? Sam, the great
does.
rival.
He likes to say things.
I have
That
tried
is
this.
true.
On
He's
a
I
rare person,
know.
so
It was just the
which
quickest
you are
way I could
not.
think of.
Did you fucking delete that whole section?
No.
Oh, I saw it was blank for a minute. And I was like, "What have you done?"
Oh, there wasn't trade goods in here? No.
There was this. think I had 3 things there.
That's what I
I
was
think
thinking.
I did.
I'll just put it here.
I could have swore trade goods was in that section, not in the, because that fort level one had only military stuff in it, not trade goods.
Advisors, please get your shit together.
My
There's a
liege,
war
where would you
coming.
like to make more people from? We've got wheat
Somewhere-
in Danzig, and Danzig is a very easy place to develop.
Oh God! Now I can see a real color. Okay, now I can see a real map. Okay, it was just colors. Okay.
I really do
Danzig.
find the political map is easier to
I
find
like the
things
political
on.
map as
I
well.
like the terrain map.
I like political. I want to see exactly where our borders are without having to squint.
I know exactly where our borders are because I read maps and I can see them.
You can tell the mountains and the seas, and I'm like, I
He
don't
has
care.
great eyes, sir.
Shall we
I-
make Danzig our next troop location place?
When it's
far
grassland,
away,
it's not a
doesn't it?
food thing. It's within our border, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's ours, and it's never not going to be ours.
If you say so. You have convinced me.
We will
I'm
start
easy.
recruiting the Prussians into the army.
Oh, that's fun. Those are Pomeranian.
So that's Prussian.
And we'll have good
They have
reason to
weird
steal
dogs.
Marienburg from Estonia.
So build the barracks there, and then start pump all of the military points we can into it right now, and then
Danzig shall make us more men.
once we get the manufactories going,
Jordan
we'll
got
definitely-
Dan's wondering what do they do?
The heretics of Verdun have been converted. We got a prestige thing.
we have another splendor thing we can have my emperor.
Splendor.
I think.
Yeah, it's a big bonus, big beefy bonus.
So, our
The
capital.
adaptive combat terrain.
Yeah, this one just lets us do better in the same terrain as our capital, which is a farmland. So, I don't
Any
think.
farmland provinces we get a +1 in combat in.
Yeah,
Is that what most of Europe is?
That's what all the cool places in Europe are.
yeah.
Mm.
They're the easiest to
That
develop
is
as well. Alternatively, we could get free war taxes. Normally, it
That's a
costs
good one.
2 military points per month in order to use war taxes, and you only get the bonus whenever you're at war. So that's also a thing. But with this, we can just do it for free until the next age,
It's very good.
and we probably won't be
Free money.
colonizing, so we don't have to worry about that.
Nope.
And we don't have to worry about aggressive expansion because the only people who are going to care are going to be eaten alive anyway.
Aggressive expansion is so fucking high because it's of our governing capacity problem anyway, so it wouldn't even make a fucking dent in it.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like -10% on a stat that has like a +250% or something like that.
I think we should do
Fantastic.
adaptive combat terrain, my liege.
I agree.
Well, my advisors say it.
They agree. This is a rare
What do
thing.
you think, German advisor?
I will agree with them.
Okay, then do it.
I don't know
I
why
have,
he keeps asking the jester things.
I have biases against the war taxes one because 90% of the time I forget to activate them when I'm at war.
Well, we can do it now, and it stays active until you turn it off.
It's because I'm smarter than you.
That we don't have free, so that's costing us.
Oh,
That is
yeah,
costing
that's
us,
right.
and we're trying to develop our industries.
We're literally
It's
doing
fine. It's
I'll have you
fine.
goose-stepped to death into the
that.
North Sea.
You found one sword somewhere and you grabbed it and you threw it right in a river.
The isles are different
What are you doing?
colors because crowns did things, and now
We're
the Gaeldom
fixing-
exists underneath.
I
the
explained it
fixing that
earlier. I'm not
yellow-colored
explaining it
one.
again.
Okay, Jordan, synopsis. We
Yeah,
came up
first
with a
Tyler did it.
plan.
We got further.
What? Oh,
Do we wish for extra trade money or stability?
probably stability in these trying times.
I think we should have trade to increase our income.
Yeah, I don't think our stability is an issue right now.
I will also agree. The money is the better option.
Very well then.
Trade,
And war on perpetually.
as we should.
The capital ship is made. The
Rat
greatest ship in all of the
bastards
empire has been
ruined
constructed.
Great
The
conqueror.
Conqueror.
Do you have any idea how long this would have taken if we did it the right way, quote unquote?
The Conqueror has... everyone shut up, you fools! The Conqueror has been made!
The Conqueror has 80 cannons. Its hull size is 30. Its speed is 6. Its blockade power is 1.88. And the engagement
Is
width
that a
is
lot?
3.
It costs us a whole 2 ducats every month to keep it in the sea.
Yes. It's an expensive ship.
It took us 2.5 years to build that single ship.
But
We had
now-
to chop down so many trees.
It's made of
The
a
emperor
lot
was
of
just
food.
a young lad, then now he is 28.
I'll be dead any day now. We need to conquer these isles.
You are so fine.
He's going to die.
I'm going to die one day, and I
One
need to
day.
conquer the whole world
Oh,
before
yeah.
my reign ends.
We still have claims down here in Gibraltar. that
Was
we
the
can
original
give
reason
any-
we went to war down there and then it wasn't
Yeah,
done?
then we never
Yeah,
grabbed it.
We just couldn't reach far enough, is why.
We reached all the way down there. It's just we couldn't keep it.
Within the war score that we were able to have, this is as far as we were able to get. Now we can just take the rest of this in another war.
Then we gave it to the French.
Why would you
back-
give anything to the French?
Eventually we will be able to absorb them.
What's the tech stuff looking like right now?
60.
Far away.
With institutions still needing to grow.
Yeah. Lesser Alba adopted it because it's basically just Perth now.
Mm-hmm. Which means it'll
Well,
slowly
them
bleed
adopting
out.
it will increase the spread.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Sam's quite explaining it the way that
I just imagine it's like they fucked it and they tore the country in two.
that's exactly what he's just saying.
My lord, our military advisor has stressed the importance of a more organized fleet and the necessity of a reform. She has managed to convince you to commence an extensive restructuring. Battleships, galleys, and other craft will be built to strengthen the fleet. Shall we gain administrative power and reduce diplotech cost? Or, well, do you want administrative power or do you want prestige? Either way, our diplotech is going to be cheaper.
I would much prefer the administrative power, but we did lose a lot of prestige because whenever we tore up those treaties, it caused our prestige to drop. But we'll get it back. I would much rather get the admin power personally.
The prestige would be a lot better.
How long would it
It'd
take?
be nice to
do you
bring
think,
that
get-
up, because we were at 70 prestige, and now we
Prestige
are...
will
Oh, that
naturally
was the
go up.
prestige number? Oh, fuck.
I think our prestige will naturally go up as time goes on, and once we
Yeah.
go to war and win, it'll shoot back up again anyway.
I mean, it's ticking up as it is already. But we can either make it go back up to where it was before we did all those things, or we can just get more admin power, which would...
I should point out that prestige does not go from 0 to 100. It goes from negative 100 to 100.
Yes.
So
that is
us
also
having
true.
27 prestige is pretty good. It means that we're only in a positive right now.
But
I
she's so
think-
close to dropping under at any moment.
I think we
We're
should do
not.
admin power.
We would
How
have
long
to
do you
have
think
like
it would-
6 Caligulas in a row, like within a week, for that to drop down to below 0.
The prestige is automatically going up, and whenever we do this war, we will also gain prestige from stealing from the Gales.
Whenever you're a big balls empire, prestige doesn't really matter. It happens on its own.
Yeah.
It's only really when you're a small country prestige is important.
Okay, I see. Okay.
It's difficult to gain prestige if you're small.
You're small and tiny and worthless.
And
But if
we
you
are
conquer
not.
an entire nation overnight, like we will be doing regularly, then prestige happens all the time.
Very well. Do the first one. Administrated.
Do not forget that Iceland exists. We do keep forgetting that Iceland exists.
Iceland does exist, and it's actually got some decent development, all things considered.
I did that. That was part of my efforts to make it to where we don't have any backwaters in the country.
That is
We're gonna
a
grab
good
this
effort.
place in like a week.
Speaking of which, we
and-
could probably also spend some of those admin points on improving other taxes.
I didn't like how long it was gonna take for us to capture these lands.
Well,
30.
we're just waiting
What
out
is-
the truce, the peace treaty.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, no. I mean, like the original plan where we were just gonna subterfuge it.
It'll take. So if we did it the proper way, where we were trying to get their liberty desire down, first of all, we'd have to absorb them. That process in and of itself would probably take 10 or 15 years.
My liege, the burghers are asking for things. So
Again?
they
Economic
want.
development is not always without conflict. It seems rich merchants in some of our burgher-dominated cities have been attempting to bypass various guild privileges by outsourcing work to the homes of families living outside of the city. The fact that this putting out system has been very profitable strategy only further inflames the anger of the artisans of the city, who feel their ancient rights have been trampled and that the carefully managed prices of their products will suffer. The Alban artisans now turn to the emperor to defend their privileges in the city council, as the city council has been unable to root out competition from outside the city. So you can be like, no, the burghers can do what they want.
If you do that,
And-
then the production in 4 different cities will actually get bigger, and they will, in fact, start making us slightly more money. Or you can
But they-
safeguard the.
It will increase significantly,
Yes.
and there likely will be revolts.
Well, they won't revolt if you do it this way, but if you start trying to also take land from them, then they will revolt. But they will not be happy, and we will start losing.
Well, no, the total unrest of +8 in those provinces mean that there likely will be revolts, is what I was talking about.
Oh, yes, that is possible.
Yeah.
Alternatively,
must-
you could defend their rights, and they would give us more tax money. It would also make the burghers happy, and they would not. They wouldn't revolt, but we wouldn't get
Either
the
option's
production
good.
boost.
I don't have any preference for one or the other, really.
I vote the second one.
The second one
Keeping
would make
things-
the burghers happier. The burghers do keep getting trampled upon. If the burghers are happier, we'll get more trade income.
It's true.
And they'll be increasing the tax income of all these provinces for another 10 years.
We were low on money. Now we're back at almost 500 again. Let's see. But the base production, though.
I do love increasing development of provinces. It's good.
And if you just do it for free,
But
at
that
the
might be
cost of
authorizing.
lives.
York makes cloth.
Cloth is a valuable resource, and that's one of those provinces. That's a province I've actually put points into during my reign to try to increase its income.
And no tech.
Note.
That's over here. They make cattle.
I don't care about the cow.
My liege, may I suggest a thing? What would dear mother do?
She would die.
Oh.
Yes,
Mother would die.
she would.
Sternberg
She
makes
would
cloth.
die, and I would, I would never meet her.
And Holding is the one. That
Aren't
we're
you
making
trying
troops
to
at.
make your dead mother proud?
No.
What would you like to do, my
Okay.
emperor? Would you like to safeguard the privileges of the artisans, or do you want to give the burghers their way?
Oh, give the burgers their way.
It shall be so.
Do that. The burghers are furious.
There.
I don't care what they think.
We could call a diet. We haven't done that in a while.
We could summon the estates if you so desire.
Could potentially
Sure,
make them happy again.
I'll balance things out.
Now, you will have to pick one of these, so you'll have to make somebody happy.
Okay. I mean, I did immediately do one whenever we did it last
I
time.
demand that you give them something.
So the clergy wants you to increase tax income in Colding, which is the one that we're making troops at. It would just cost admin points. We could convert the culture in Stralsund.
We don't want to do that.
That would be a thing. We'd have to spend.
I don't care what
Diplo
they're
points for
asking.
it.
I don't want to do that.
Or we could expand the port in London, and we just have to build a dock.
Yeah, do that one. That one seems the easiest. We have money all over the place.
Say,
Make a
of
flock of
them,
sailors.
the noble one should be ignored. But
It shall be so.
before you do that, you probably should click on it so you don't cause the game to bug out.
True.
Make it be like, oh, you didn't build it, and we built it.
True.
There. If it's just like a build a building one, just do that one.
Oh, we've also
Make
got a
everyone
thing
happy.
here.
We'll get the money back in a week.
The Hedalstaff Church.
There's a big wonder that we could start.
I imagine Sam is screaming at the screen right now, and I can't be bothered to hear it.
He is dead, my lord.
He is.
Mother has been dead for about 13 years now.
A trade league has
Yes.
gone away. Not that that matters to us.
We don't care about trade leagues. We're almost there.
Oh, I can't wait.
We got about a year left.
We got until February.
We got a few months left, actually.
We got about 4 months left.
That's any second now.
It's coming. They're making one last plea.
So William will be fertile, which means we will have a 150% chance for heirs.
I fuck good.
Hooray. I fuck good.
He will make sure that each one of his several wives have at least 3 to 9 children.
Gaeldom
Gaeldom
is
the king of
officially
Gale.
the vassal underneath Lesser Alba. Shall I send them a spit letter, my lord?
Send them spit.
Send
Send
that
them-
jism letter.
It shall be
We
done.
shouldn't
my
even
liege.
let such fucking stupid shits reach the Emperor's eyes. They'll distract him. Bronze cannon have been invented.
So someone has
perfect.
gotten
Put him in
to-
every army.
we don't have it yet. That'll be our next thing.
So the price of copper has increased by 50%.
It
So
is
provinces
Well-
with copper should have more.
Well,
production.
Jordan Lesser Alba couldn't handle keeping the Kingdom of the Gales under their own.
Yeah, as soon as we let Lesser Alba do whatever it wanted, it immediately crumbled into a whole new kingdom.
Do we have a royal marriage? Oh, we did have a royal marriage. So it will cost us a little bit of
Proving
stability.
that they could
order
not
to declare the
control
war.
Yeah, 'cause
their
if you
own
break
people.
if you break the royal marriage, you'll make the peace treaty last even longer.
But we can take lots.
I want to take lots.
We need a free spy before you can declare war.
Oh, I
Fix
suppose
it.
we do. This spy network is going away anyway. So we will be
So
declaring...
we have to wait 20 more days for him to arrive from Andalusia.
Oh!
Yeah, they get on a boat and arrive from Andalusia.
All right.
Umacan Clarence.
The efficiency is not there.
It's time.
Do it.
We'll declare it for Co, and then we'll go from there.
Black news of civil wars broke out between Alba once again.
Oh no.
We can go ahead and increase our stability back up to 3 for 231 admin points.
It will always be hideously expensive because of our size.
Yeah.
We're at +2. I think we're fine.
Okay.
It is only
The Emperor has
beneficial.
officially declared that we're fine.
Very well.
I think I want to get that tech.
The tech will be a while, but we will be able to get it.
Let's start moving all the troops all over the places.
And test out the Conqueror for me.
I'm moving them as we speak. We'll move.
You didn't put the trade fleet in harbor. It's gonna fucking run into some violence.
Your
Go to
efficiency is
port.
not there.
We can just hit a button and they can learn things. It's very
We're
nice.
gonna run through an enemy force.
I love how
That'll be
Alex is
alright.
pointing out all the flaws
They're
in your
fine.
governing style.
They did exactly what
making
they were
him
supposed
look
to
better.
do. They did exactly
forget
what they were
Denmark.
supposed to do.
I'm going to give him a manor.
So you could have 1 mana.
How many generals do we have?
We have
Well,
3, which I
we
think
can
is as
make
many
another
as we
one.
can have.
We can make one more.
We can?
Yeah.
We probably should then.
He's not terrible.
His name is Tarleton. I ignored the first name because it was a mess.
Gillicum gang!
Look, we have Jigalag infantry.
Yeah.
Yay!
I don't know about that battle you're marching into down there. It scares me. Oh, they evacuated.
As well they should. We'll let the Germans hunt them down.
Yes.
We'll sick the Germans on them.
Come on, then.
The French have blockaded the Irish Sea.
We will take them over.
All right, and we did the thing, so now the production in London has gone up, and the burghers are no longer angry with you.
Part of the countryside have been seized in Britain. We should start moving all the troops about. Like, be quick about this now.
Yes, the speed is of the essence.
We want to be done by Christmas, boys.
There are some big naval battles going on, by the way.
Shall I have our navy hunt them?
Oh, that's a good question. Where do we want the fleet to be? Because it's going to have siege, bonuses to it.
That's fine. I think we can let the army handle that. They have a big fleet over.
They are helping
Over in
siege
Gaul.
Lancashire right now.
You should have the main fleet fucking barrage Lancaster.
That is a thing we can do. We can blow open
It's
the walls.
something I do all the time.
Do it.
It shall be so, my liege.
Had its resistance down by 20%. Ugh.
They are dying.
They're already there. Might as well finish that up quickly and then go smash a fleet.
Burgundy has received money, or Burgundy has sent money to Lesser Alba to aid them in the war.
Bastards. We'll remember that.
Yep. They must be brought to justice.
We will sick the Germans on them.
Yeah.
But also the French.
Also the
yes.
Whatever extra land we get down here, I want to give it to Francia because they'll be more easily absorbable than West Francia.
No, give it to the Germany.
No.
Germania's all the way over there.
And Germania scares me. Germania doesn't need to be any bigger.
Don't let them hear that.
Like, I fear France and he fears Germany. The advisors fear our subjects.
Why
I feel
do we
it's
fear our
healthy.
subjects?
It's
Because our
healthy.
subjects are fucking scary.
They're very
Catalan to
they're very
trust the
capable
Germans.
of just turning all of Europe into a blood sport.
That's what we're supposed to do, you fool.
We also
just
don't
like
have
the
a
naval
naval
doctrine.
doctrine. Yeah.
No, we haven't picked. I thought we set one up last time.
We know because it cost 500 gold and you didn't want to do it.
Shit.
We can either
We
spend
are
it to make our
current
navy
spenders.
less expensive, we can make our galleys better, we can make our trade ships better, or we can make it more easy to capture enemy ships.
I would recommend that we get the upkeep bonus, sir, because we're going to have many, many, many heavy ships.
Yes, we
And the
will.
heavy ships are expensive.
The far left one, if you would.
Fleet in being.
So we've standardized the Navy, essentially.
Look at all these things I've done in my reign.
Look at you go.
I did a lot in my
Reg.
relatively short reign.
You were
I had to
queen
reorganize
for a
scam.
year.
It's like I reorganized Europe.
On your deathbed.
Yep, I was about to die, and I like flashed. I was like, oh, I see bad coming.
Lots of things had to be fixed very quickly.
She foresaw this war.
Big Gaelic army up there. Not our Gaelic, too. Bad Gaelic.
They're the bad Gales.
We have an army in the south of England that are doing nothing, by the way.
Your inefficiency is making me want to
Alright.
scream.
We can consolidate our armies.
We can have those 3 armies that are in England meet up with that Gaelic force that broke through the line and smash them.
They're going to have to either... They actually might get stopped here at Robershire because we now have a fort.
Get in the way, so that...
What's the scary L word?
Scary.
What's scary L word?
Lesbian?
The scary L word that dominated the minds of every Alban ruler since the time immemorial.
Legacy?
Legacy?
It's legacy, I believe.
Oh, I don't like
Jordan,
that
It's
you
word.
like-
gotta be more clear.
Oh,
You put a whole paragraph, and I just needed a one word.
No, it's
Not that word. Not that word, please. It's a bad
legacy,
word.
Yeah.
It's a bad word.
It's especially when you start getting older, it starts affecting your decisions greatly.
I'm
was like,
already
how will
thinking
they-
my legacy right now.
Because especially since we will be keeping records.
I can't just sit on my ass.
When we go to fucking Stellaris and we're in the stars, they'll be like, you remember Emperor Tyler the First? He was shit. He led to the downfall of the Empire. Then we had to become fucking German.
Germania.
I think
Germanians.
I think
Well-
every army we have there, except for the one sieging Lothian, should converge upon the Gales there.
you think here,
Yeah, I think so.
Northumberland.
We'll meet them in the north as well, so all that seems good to me.
Looks good.
William, you are my war advisor.
Well, it seems to be going good so far.
Do a little better, though. Okay.
Yes, my liege.
And Alex, you are my economic advisor,
How many
and you're
generals
doing
do we have?
fantastic.
What generals do we have commanding any of these armies that are about to go into battle? None.
This
None
one.
anywhere. Let's fix that.
Why is
Well-
the economic man telling the general man how to do things?
I just happened to look and I saw there were no stars anywhere, and it scared me.
We'll just...
Also,
Maybe Alex should be
the-
both of those then.
The fleet that's in the Irish Sea, it could sail across Britain and instead land near Lothian and make that siege go much quicker.
You are correct. And
Lothian
they are still sieging, which is fine. How many men
The
are
battles
there on
have
both
started.
sides? Did we ever actually show you what battles look like?
No.
Yeah, you showed me the battle with and all that.
Oh, yeah, we
shite.
did. We did go over this because you were telling them like the engagement, like how many each one engages and all that.
Yes.
It looks boring down there.
It's like I like being back here, like the Jordans.
The Jordans were always very good at war.
They always stayed in the back and let other people do it. We
But
fucking
where will
are
my
crushing-
legacy be
Oh,
if I don't
see.
lead from the front?
I
Yeah.
see why we're crushing them. We have 105% discipline, and they don't.
Yeah.
So our army is much more disciplined than their army is.
It's because we have an
Because we
advisor.
have money.
Yeah. Our money gave us a real advantage there.
So that should be a good example, Tyler, right there. One of the
Money
reasons I
solves
want to be
everything?
Rome. One of the reasons I'm wanting to be Rome. One of the many reasons later on, is that through that we can go down a path to having our army's discipline be at stupid levels that should be impossible for anyone who's not the Germans. And we only had a 5% advantage in discipline there, and we destroyed their armies, despite the fact that, and sometimes they outnumbered us by thousands of men.
And they were in favorable terrain.
They were in favorable terrain and outnumbered us by thousands of men, and we absolutely crushed them, and they retreated.
Oh.
And we only had a 5% advantage against them.
Good God.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
Fort Lothian.
Shall I
I like
blow
the name
open the
Lothian.
walls, my liege?
Blow them.
They have
Give
been
them the
blown.
blow job of death.
The job has been blown.
The blowing job has been done, my lord.
I think
you
it
meant to
may
say.
possibly be time for the first time in probably like 200 years for Alba to invade Ireland again.
Oh,
Oh,
We could
fantastic.
potentially send 3 armies into Ireland.
Come on in, wrap this up.
the culling begins again. Oh, it's December. It's gone on too long.
You guys are so slow and inefficient at this.
My lord, it's because we're sieging castles with no cannon because they haven't really been a thing yet.
It's true.
I thought we figured out how to make them.
Only for the big ones
We-
for ships. They're
we
too big
didn't
for us to
figure it
move
out.
on land.
Ah, I can't even make a small mortar.
No, we don't have that yet. We don't understand.
I just made it up. Just put it in that. Use that idea I had.
Man, though.
Just do that
How do we
thing.
use it? Man, just as the peasant soldier just like climbs into the cannon. It's like, how does this work?
You lock the other end and you put a boom in it and then you go away.
What makes the boom, alright?
The powder, the black powder.
A
You say
powder?
pepper?
What kind of powder? You talking about coal?
You talking about coal? You talking about pepper?
Fucking put powdered sugar in it. They just, like,
No, that's the white powder.
My lord. Our armies are losing. We spent so much money on these cannon that you wanted so bad.
We had fake cannons in CK3. They weren't real cannons. They were like, set them up on tripods and they'll fire. But they require setup.
Let's get some inflation. My emperor, would you like some inflation?
I think the Emperor would like inflation.
We are, the advisors want us to have inflation.
Would that mean be spare no expense? Because I like saying that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I didn't do that.
Let's get some inflation.
We've got a lot of diplo.
The emperor's like, I feel like I want some inflation.
I feel like whatever my favorite advisor
Deloria
says
has
is usually the right
embraced-
thing to do.
Deloria has embraced the Renaissance, not the Enlightenment.
It's like,
That's
don't
always
even
a
worry
lie.
about it. Most countries have not embraced the Renaissance.
I was just giving us a round of applause. We are
It's like-
intelligent and wise.
Wishful thinking.
We did have bombards, and they were wonderful. They did their job.
So on here, like, we're considered to have siege weapons, but the thing is that things like bombards and the like are so shit. We don't even consider them to be cannons.
It's true.
Whenever it says that we've unlocked cannons, it's like proper cannons, real cannons that you can move and stuff.
The large cast bronze mortar and honifus, or hoofness.
A culverin.
It's like the cannons you people had were ones that you have to have like a team of like 200 people build on the field to fire at walls with. When we get cannons, they'll be ones that we can move around and fire and fucking pitch battles and stuff. So
And
it is
also
different.
they're accurate.
And later on, there'll be an ability we can get late in the game called Napoleonic Warfare,
Mm-hmm.
which makes cannons so fucking strong.
I don't know who this Napoleon man is.
When we reach the Age of Evolutions, every other ability will be named after him for a reason.
He did change the way things worked for a while.
He'll be the final boss.
Hopefully not. Hopefully we will have absorbed Francia and West Francia by then.
He'll
Horribly
make
and Rome
he'll make
never
France again. He'll make France proper.
Napoleon
out of our
can take over
empire.
Italy as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we have to have Italy too. Well, I mean, we're
Well,
the Romans,
the
so
Pope
we're gonna
will
have
be
to have
there.
that anyway.
If we failed miserably, maybe Italy will be united under a Muslim state. They'll find a Muslim Italian nation, and then they will join the revolution, and Napoleon will take over.
Oh, that would be horrible.
And then we'll have to deal with Muslim
The Muslims
Napoleon.
The Muslims who have been superpowered by Napoleon.
My lord, shall we embrace our naval ambitions?
Yeah, do it.
It is our next technology, our next Diplo
Do
technology. We are now better.
We can now build impressment offices.
Oh, we're so close to getting more administration.
We can now get
don't need to
all
build
of,
offices.
yeah.
We super don't need to. We have so many sailors.
We haven't been making enough ships to be using all those sailors.
We will.
Yeah, well, that and
but
also our empire has so much coastal territory that it's just gonna fix itself.
that's true. We make 330
Yo,
each month.
how dare
and
you!
Normally, a ship only takes up like 1 or 2 sailors per month, so we're doing really good.
Jordan curses us with Muslim Napoleon.
He
Will be our
better
future.
not.
We'll have to deal with Muslim Napoleon.
He better
Or
not.
if we don't have Napoleon in this game, then Napoleon. There will be a space Napoleon in Stellaris, and it'll be horrible.
Oh,
Will we make Space France?
Napoleon is
playable enemy?
inevitable.
We'll make a custom enemy, and it's going to be Space France. Does that mean we're also going to make Space Germany, too?
I don't feel comfortable with making our enemies in Stellaris.
We need to do some more fucking bombardments.
We do.
We'll have to deal
Gotta
with
bring the
random
ships around.
aliens.
All right. We are embracing Renaissance thought, which means we get an idea. This is a Ghost Council thing.
I deeply want economic, but I will accept. I will accept religious ideas.
I really wanted
Religious.
religious ideals.
Religious ideals will give us Deus Vult.
I accept the usefulness of religious ideas, especially with what is to come in the near future.
God wills
so-
religious ideas.
It shall be
Deus
so.
Vult.
Deus Vult.
But the next one we get must be economic ideas. It must. Because we're going to need that so that we can get that policy so that we can increase our discipline.
True. That will be very important.
Right now, our discipline, we're relying on our advisors for discipline. That scares me.
It's June.
It is.
It is.
You're gonna die any day now.
We've sieged... My lord, I would like to report that we've sieged about 6 or 7 fucking fortresses in this war that spans all of Western Europe. So, you know what? It takes time. You realize we give orders through letter?
Invent the
You realize that
telegram.
when the great commander of the army in Ireland needs to make a troop movement in Denmark, he has to send a dickhead with a fucking letter all the way over there.
It's true.
We should get a better messaging system like the pigeons.
Carrier pigeon.
Yes, the carrier pigeons.
But
Makes them
they
fly across
shit,
the
my
ocean.
liege.
Where they shit. I slap you real hard.
They're not
Why
as
do you
cool
like
as the
this?
horses.
Something really heretical just happened.
What?
The ancient homeland of the Albans at St. Johnstone in Perth has fallen to the French. Now, because of how fucked up the world is now, that is a good thing. But under the orders of the Emperor of Alba, the French stormed the ancient fortress at St. Johnstone.
That is pretty heretical.
Things have gotten bizarre.
How were we not able to capture that
We did.
before
We
the
did.
French?
The French did it in our name.
Yeah. Because the French
I have some
are
bad
us.
news in that war in the north. It's going, oh, okay. We won by the skin of our teeth. It turns out that Gaelic general is actually really fucking good.
He is, but
Probably a descendant of one of the Sams.
probably.
The bastard.
Of course, he'd be
His name is
rebellious.
His name is Red Shanks!
Oh, he's got the red shanks. Oh, they've got the red shanks and the Reuters. So
I think
they
we
have
are in
mercenaries.
trouble.
No,
but we
we're
still
full.
outnumber them.
Jordan says we're spinning in our tombs.
Just turning like
It's
a
like
dryer.
You guys are just
About
spitting on
how
yourselves in.
St. Johnstone is home to like the mausoleums of the emperors. We talked about the
Oh,
idea that
spinning. I heard spitting.
the emperor. The emperors, they all get sent to St. Johnstone to get buried, stuff like that, in like mausoleums. And the French are like marching over them in the name of the Emperor of Alba.
So heretical.
It's, you know what? Hundreds of years have passed. Times have changed. Things are weird.
Times have changed, old man.
So, you know, sometimes Albans have to speak French every now. Sometimes Albans speak French. Sometimes they speak German. Sometimes they speak Polish.
Really, just
I
kind of
like
depends.
it when we speak the German.
They won't speak Arabic.
I would prefer they not speak Arabic, but we will have to conquer a decent amount of the Middle East in the future, so that may actually happen. So, some Albans might have to speak Arabic, okay?
No, it shall not happen.
The Purge, though.
They can speak whatever language they want as long as they go to Sunday Ass and they pay their taxes.
It's such a big region, and converting their religion is one thing, but converting their culture, it's real hard teaching foreigners en masse a new language that they must learn.
Can you imagine someone who's not Gaelic learning Gaelic? Someone who's never spoken a European language learning Gaelic?
We can just kill them all and replace them with the current Albans.
Yes, but that's genocide, and that takes time and much more in the way of resources now.
We
Go
will sign whatever offer they've given us.
Whatever happened to a good old pitch and oil fire to
What's
do a
going on in
genocide?
Denmark, by the way?
Nothing.
Okay, so Denmark's fixed.
Yeah. This is the last of their territory.
How much looting have we done?
Not enough.
I have a looting little indicator down there on the in the war tab.
In this one?
We've done not enough looting.
The lootometer.
We've got
It's not
more looting
high.
to do.
Whenever I'm emperor, you best bet I'll be looking at that lootometer.
Gaelic is the lingua franca of this world.
Kind of.
Probably not incorrect.
The problem is that such a small percentage of the Alban Empire is actually Gaelic. It's like, I think 20% of the people we rule over are actually Gaelic.
30.
30%.
Yeah.
Oh, they still have
And
But
whenever
we
you
won.
consider our wider ambition.
Oh, they also
But we
have
did win, though,
up here.
so...
We've got to send men out to the Faroe Islands.
Oh, we haven't invaded those islands in fucking hundreds of years. It's probably been 500 years since the Albans have sent troops to those regions.
They will set foot there once again as conquerors.
We'll go to
Now,
the
I'm
Isle of
pretty
Man
sure
first.
that force that you're ordering to move the troops there, I
Mhm.
don't think that's a transport ship fleet. I think it has like 2 or 3
Yeah, it is.
transports in it. Okay, that one, okay. I thought that the war fleet was the one that was doing it.
No, I keep track of those, but that does have a few in it, which I will detach. And they'll.
I never like using fucking transport ships outside of a transport context. I always put all the transports together.
So do I. Sometimes I'll stick a couple of heavy ships on there with them so they don't instantly die, but that's the only time I use them.
I curse your legs to atrophy.
No, my liege, I need those.
Oh, no polio!
Alex, have another manner.
No. But he's always here. How is he even going to administer them?
He doesn't have to. He could just have
We'll
someone
give
else
them
live
to
in
my many relatives.
Yes, he's DeLorean.
He is DeLorean.
We all have harems.
Unless you forgot that.
I would never forget such a thing. It is.
We do so much drilling because we have like 3 more armies,
Mhm.
and so many men have lost so many men. Also, the second army is just dying at sea en masse.
It's because they're slowly going onto the Isle of Man. They won't figure
The
out
Isle
what
of all
limes
of
are
men.
for like a few centuries.
We
I
will
like to
find out how
believe-
to fix the scurvy eventually.
I'm pretty
Big
sure it's
scurv.
like Diplotech 40-ish, somewhere in the 40s.
Also, whenever we take over all this land, one thing that my emperor you're gonna need to do is demolish like half of the castles that they're gonna have, because they have them everywhere. Okay.
They do, and they
I
cost
thought
money.
we had a lot of them earlier, but then we talked about it and we decided not to do it.
Your predecessor, your mother / your stepfather who didn't love you, they tore down half of the fortresses in the Alban Empire, fully like half of them, because they were fucking everywhere.
Outdated,
ruined the
old,
landscape.
and silly.
They took up so much money.
All right, the Isle of Man has been stomped. Now we go up
But
to
that's where
Orkney.
all the men came from that island. You see.
That's not how it worked.
The have the war fleet help out in the siege that the French are doing in the northwest. Actually, no, they have a fleet doing it. Never mind.
True.
Actually, you're the vassal lord over them, so I believe if you're there, you can order a bombardment, even though you're not. It's not your army, I believe. They don't have cannons.
No, it has to be one of ours.
No, do not participate as an overlord, but we are the overlord.
We have to be the one commanding the siege.
You know, I thought of a punishment for if one of you two betray me.
Oh.
What would that be?
I would have a general be summoned up, and I would just say you're them, and you will fight until you die.
Or achieve unmatched glory and become the greatest general in all the realm.
Both
And
are
then
possible.
I guess you can come back. You would have redeemed yourself in the eyes of the Lorian Church.
We'll allow some filthy, dirty people to walk over our eastern territories in case they need to for their own war. They won't
So
hurt
much
anything.
that could be done. I just think about it every day.
Butcher.
I've looted. I guess I didn't loot all of that.
You gotta send troops in, and then every month you have to check the loot device.
The lutometer?
I just don't like doing it for territory we're about to take because we're.
Who gives a shit? That's their rebel money.
It's devastation, and that fucks with the amount of money that we can make from it in the long run.
Rebels, we can devastate them as much as we want.
What is this devastation that he speaks of?
So,
The Emperor doesn't know it. Has never seen devastation in his whole life. Lived in a
so
palace.
the more devastated a place is, the less stuff it makes. Like,
If we loot and burn it, it has negatives that will slowly recover over time. But if you take over a province and then just put some infrastructure in there, it just fixes itself.
it does, and it fixes itself over time, but it is a thing.
Since we don't have to deal with the slavery stuff going on in the Mediterranean, I don't really care about devastation.
Yeah, that's not our thing.
Since we're not dealing with that, I don't really care about it. That rebellion's been going on in South France for quite a while.
Oh yeah, all their troops over in Britain.
They could just have these guys go over and do it, but they're not doing it. Gotta take the rest of these tiny islands because they decided they wanted to be assholes.
What's the thing that's preventing us from having 100%? I think it's probably that last fort the French are trying to take.
Oh, then yeah, probably.
Damn Alba being so large.
I wiped out the Alban Navy. The lesser Alban Navy, I should say. We're gonna go over here and we're gonna blow open those walls of theirs. Oh, didn't need to.
We're taking the fort. Thank God.
Will you just give up, please?
No, Sam is in there himself
first.
screaming Scotland forever.
Well, he can go.
This is what he really wanted, I think.
Okay.
I knew we were going to have to fight many wars for this.
And it's basically just the Muslims that would be allied against us, which is not a problem.
I don't fear the Muslim.
So do we care about the Northern Islands in this war? If we take them out of this war, then they won't be an issue in the coming wars.
I don't care about the Northern Islands.
I don't really either for development reasons, but I care because they're going to be a thorn.
In France, I don't really care about Co. I want to fix some of this wrong going on here in Britain proper.
Oh, then grab it.
Looks like we can just get one more.
Strategically, if we took Ulster, it'd be very useful.
They can't leave.
Ha 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 ha.
Fill the fort.
Okay,
Right
so my Emperor, you see this that green stuff that's bright green?
That's what we're getting?
That's what we're getting from the war, and we physically can't take more.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Because war.
So after this war, we'll have to wait probably another 10 years and then do another war.
I'll die of old age.
I told you this was going to take 3 or 4 wars.
Generations.
The other advisor said it wouldn't, and I said it would.
I said about
advisor
3.
told me we could just take it all.
I did not. I
What
said
do
it was
you mean? You said
possible
we could just take
because it would have been possible if we had been able to claim the throne, but we weren't able to do that, you see.
I think your other advisor is a lawyer.
Is he my lawyer to keep me out of trouble?
He's a lawyer that makes sure his statements are well knit so that he doesn't get executed later.
It's a survival strategy.
So since that happened, we need to reposition our troops and everywhere.
We've got men that are heading into each of the locations.
Just put them in Ireland.
Actually, we could just park these guys here.
Tyler feeling the deep Alban desire to take legacy.
It's true. Legacy.
That sounds like a drug.
The deep desire and hatred. That's another Alban tradition, is hating treaties a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I hate having to wait 5 years to attack them again.
Every time a treaty comes up, the Emperors of Alba are like, God damn it.
The thing about this game is that you don't have to care about treaties, but you should care about treaties.
You do, though. You really do. You really do, because if you break a treaty, it will throw our stability down the death hole.
We will have none.
And our country will break.
And we'll start coring these other territories.
We're going to expend an insane amount of resources. It's a good thing we got the admin tech stuff before this happened, because we're going to have to spend points on it for eons.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to organize all these territories we've taken.
At least we got like 30% of in this thing, innovativeness.
Let me just real quick, William. Let me do some moving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take the mouse. So all of this is annoying me. So those
Why is all that not connected?
Okay.
What do you
Because
mean?
the estates said we couldn't.
Take away their land.
My liege. If we start taking land, it's very possible that they might revolt. The burghers will, at the very least.
You have been given a regal sigh, my liege, where he's like, "Oh, please."
It looks like the
We
clergy
should
would
give
also
land to the
revolt.
burghers.
I don't care what they want. I want more land from them.
I want to give land to the burghers.
Why give land?
I think they should.
Because
have
I want to
land.
fix our government capacity.
That would be nice.
That would reduce this coring costs as well.
I know, I give the deep sigh. The imperial deep sigh. One, you
That's
should
not-
never have to hear from your
I'm going
emperor.
to throw so much land at so much lower nobility when the crown gets on my head.
You stop it! We don't have like any land to ourselves.
Controls like a majority of Germany and Britain. It's like, we have nothing!
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
I would be okay with the land rights, though, because we do need the governing capacity.
If it'll stop your bickering.
It will reduce my bickering.
We must get them on the same page eventually.
They hate each other so much, though.
I know.
We're
I
like,
know my
We-
liege.
so
Why
whenever,
aren't you
whenever we
bickering?
started the
You need to
game,
bicker more. I like it when everyone bickers.
our fucking governing capacity was at like 500 when we started this fucking game. It's at 990 now, and we haven't gotten a single government capacity bonus from our techs yet.
mm-hmm.
Because I've been trying to fix it.
Sir, because I'm just as clueless.
What about your cluelessness?
Oh.
He asked why I don't bicker. Just because I'm clueless. I'm just the court fool.
You're just the jester that he apparently cares about the opinion of.
We need another general, and we need
I
to
mean, I
start.
can hear his voice, so
We need another general, and we need to go through our armies and start drilling.
my legacy will be
Supply
fixing this
depots.
split Alba shit.
So we need to start like rotating our generals around, and getting all the drill of all of our armies.
Whip the piss out of them.
All the drill that we had gotten up had fallen straight apart. Okay, so we can now establish elite regiments, and what that does is it greatly increases the upkeep of the army, but it makes it to where the time it takes for them to gain the drill meter, which increases their speed and siege ability and reduces the amount of damage they take, it happens much faster.
Mm-hmm.
We do that in between every war, don't we?
I do it
We do.
constantly, personally, because drilling also increases your army professionalism very slowly. But it does make the army a lot more expensive.
We're rich.
We are currently losing money.
We could just make some more churches.
By the way, we have an army stranded up in the islands. We should probably get them on the continent as well.
Well, they're up
They
there
like having
holding.
a vacay.
Actually, yeah, they've got unrest up here that they should be stamping out. Because there will be a revolt.
Into telling tales and legends about Kacht Alpen. The legend says that the greater Alba's darkest hour, he will return to our nature and deliver it from evil. Oh dear. Regardless of the truth of that statement, we could use it in our propaganda.
Like
You
King
could
Arthur.
spend a whole bunch of money and some admin points to make it to where we will get +1 yearly prestige for the next 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Or we could say no and lose prestige because we said no.
Well, I mean, let's get some prestige.
Prestige it is.
The prestige, by the way, went from 20 to 52 from that war. So as we said, the prestige would fix itself.
And we've got more to win.
We'd be at 100 by now.
We never decided on if we want those firearm regiments.
Do we want the firearm regiments?
We will start making more money whenever our overextension starts going down again. But
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
right
we'll be
now,
fine.
so when overextension's happening, that essentially means that we have lesser troops just fucking occupying huge amounts of territory right now, and it's costing us loads of money.
Yeah, let's just get that elite thing.
it shall be so. It will now be a thing. If we want to remove it, then our army professionalism will drop. So
We can never remove it now. It's done. We've gotten the first passive buff in the army professionalism, by the way.
we have.
Ooh.
We can now make supply depots.
We can get quality ideas, but we need to get the next military tech.
We need cannons.
Yes, we need cannons. And when we get cannons, our army expenses are going to increase by a lot.
Yes, it will be a lot.
But we need cannons. How big is Sweden right now?
They're real big. They only have 18,000 men, though.
They make me nervous.
Theoretically, we could go to war with them at any time and win.
Right now, it wouldn't be worth it even remotely because they have nothing we want, and it would distract us, and we don't need it.
If we
Their
wanted
capital is not in Stockholm, though, which is horrible.
if we wanted to solidify our hold over the Lubeck trade node, we could take a couple of provinces. They've got a trading post
There's
right
a
here.
couple of provinces that'd be interesting to take, but with our control over the Lubeck trade node will be much more secured by taking the rest of Lesser Alba and all that.
That I agree.
I think our focus the next time we go to war with them should be driving them out of Denmark.
I agree. And I can go ahead and make the claims on that. Or at least one claim on that right now. There we go.
We'll be going south once we clear up this whole Civil War business.
How about we just take Lubeck itself?
In my opinion, my lord, I have a feeling that this whole Civil War business is the rest of your legacy.
It's very likely. Lincolnshire had Orthodox.
I mean, it's because of all of that Byzantine marrying you people did.
Yeah.
It will take so long to fix.
It will take a long time. Or
It'll
we can
take
just wait.
2 decades, my lord.
Or we can just wait until we start getting some more religious ideas, and then it'll be a lot quicker.
Yes. So one of the big things about
That's why
religious
we got
ideas
it.
is they'll increase our missionary strength, and they'll make it to where that will not take anywhere near as long.
Yep.
And they'll just flat out give us more missionaries.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We want Sussex.
But I want us to
next.
stabilize our money before we do that kind of nonsense.
The people of Ulster. Oh no, they were drilling.
They were drilling.
My lord.
We won.
So are they all
Cool.
dead? Oh, we won. How did we
My
win?
lord.
Yes.
What were the Middle Ages called at the time?
The Middle Ages.
How did we win that battle in Ulster?
Yes, the Middle Ages.
They were called the Middle Ages.
As they were called now.
They gave up.
Like, how did that happen?
I'm not sure, actually.
They didn't have the will to fight.
Have them drill some more, I guess.
Just
I
rebels
think you
came
sped up
upon
the
them.
game so much it got really fucking confused. Because our army came out and they were all exhausted, not wearing armor. And they were attacked and then we won for no reason.
It's fine.
We have, by the way, our fleet is currently out at sea and it should be in harbor. Our main fleet, our battle fleet. And that would also explain why our expenses are so high right now.
Oh,
We'll put them in London.
the upkeep reduction hasn't been used.
We've been sitting out at sea for about a year, getting cold.
Oh, someone died.
Our military fucking points away from us.
It was this one. The guy who was leading
We need to
that.
replace them.
Yeah. The one who was
The
leading
most
that
expensive one.
That will give us, every time we buy a general as well, it gives us army professionalism. The next admin tech will give us governing capacity in courthouses.
Yeah. It'll be worth it.
As a part of a decree that I will be following every time the crown is on my head, is that any fucking province that has 30 or more infrastructure in it will get a fucking courthouse in it, unless it's the capital.
Oh, fantastic.
That will, because courthouses reduces the governing capacity of individual provinces. Later on, we'll get manufactories, which reduces the governing capacities of entire states. And when the state houses happen, every single state in the land will have a state house.
Oh.
Every single one of them.
He's taking my legs away from me, my liege. And also, our court philosopher died.
But
Shall we
That's
replace
unfortunate.
them with a natural scientist?
We should probably replace them with a cheap one.
you should replace them with a German.
Well, Christian Talbot is a Hungarian.
Hungarian. It's like, that's close. It's a
Good
European.
It's
He'll make us money.
acceptable.
He costs way less than the person I had in there.
And he makes our taxes better. And we'll take care of the islands next. We might get everything cored just in time for the next war. Of course, we could always go after Burgundy at any point. They're currently
None
in
of
the
our
middle of a
armies
war.
are drilled.
Well, we could really just send West Francia after them.
And they'll take all the land.
We already got a whole bunch of aggressive expansion by doing stuff what we were doing in the north.
Yeah, but they're not going to do anything. They haven't even started a coalition.
But
And
if we
Andalusia
get,
is the only one who can
and
even
Burgundy
do
is on the
anything.
Mediterranean, so it's going to piss way more Muslims off than taking stuff in Alba did.
I personally think that there is no coalition that they can build right now that will even be close to challenging us.
I don't think they would be able to challenge us, but I do think they would distract the shit out of us and make it to where it would take many more years to fix this whole Alban shattered problem.
I don't think we'd even need to commit a single one of our armies.
And I think we would, because vassals are smelly, and I don't like them, and I think that they're horribly incompetent.
My liege,
Yes.
you must decide. Burgundy is also in the middle of a war, so they are distracted as well.
One advisor wants us to go to war with Burgundy while the treaty with the other Albans runs out. I want us to not do that and drill and prepare for the next civil war.
I will agree with Advisor Alex on this one.
How easily did we crush them in the war?
If we were to go to war with them right now, they would be able to summon a grand total of about 25,000 men.
My issue isn't how hard it would be to conquer them. We'd conquer them easily. I just think that if we take their land, it'll make our aggressive expansion even higher, and it'd make all the other Muslims even angrier, and it'd increase the chances of us going to war with us. And if they go to war with us, they can drag us into some long conflict in the south.
Okay. That makes sense.
And I don't
have
think
them
that it's
drill
enough
their
of an
brains out. Whip the piss out of them. That's how we train our armies.
This is the aggressive expansion map. As you can see, the only people who really care are the Gales up here that we stole from. A little bit of West Francia, because they're technically a vassal under Francia, but both of our personal unions are perfectly fine and they don't care. Burgundy and Andalusia are probably the only two in the Mediterranean that would even really matter. And down here, these are well, some of these are DeLoreans. But I don't think that any of these, even if they put everything together, would be a challenge. Andalusia is the biggest state, and we'd still outnumber them like 5-1.
It's your decision, my emperor. You have to choose, emperor.
I'm thinking.
The
You lose
time
one
goes
mana from
by.
interrupting me.
A whole month that passed while you were thinking.
And then another one will go.
Another month has passed.
Oh, someone on your council has died while you were considering.
Yeah, all of my incredibly expensive advisors I set up are all starting to die off.
Who is
Get
this
on.
Eve Gilbert person?
She's good at her job.
Very expensive lass.
Get her.
She fulfills the exact same position as the last person.
Exactals.
I have
A
chosen.
revolt.
The German has chosen 2 of the council members.
Pointed fingers.
Bertolem Amberst. You will lead this army, and you will take care of them. Good. Now go back to drilling.
Yeah, just keep doing what we were doing with drilling, and we'll take care of them soon enough.
The emperor has decided.
It has been decided.
The emperor did the long think for 5 months.
That entire
had a hard
time he was
think.
distracted by that big L word.
He was like, what's my legacy going?
I got into the position of the thinker
How close are we to
In-
getting the military
solidified.
To getting the military what?
military tech?
we're-
Oh,
Like 2 months.
another month or two. Another month or two, we're gonna have cannons, and our
Another
armies
hard thing?
are going to explode.
And it's time. Cannons. We've
Yeah,
We're going to
discovered the
invent the
limber.
limber, which is the device that allows us to move cannons about.
we can have horse-drawn cannon.
I would point out, by the way, in the description of the tech where we got the cannon, they actually talk about how cannons have been spotted throughout Europe for centuries already. But now they will be used on a scale not seen before. So in my opinion, every army should have 5 cannons.
We'll do it.
That's a lot of money.
I know.
Oh, firstly, we don't have the manpower cap to do that in all of our armies right now.
Well,
and secondly,
one of the reasons that's a problem is that he's stranded in Ireland, that army.
yes,
that
but
run
you
right
can
there.
still make one in Ulster whenever
He can
you
make
die.
one in Ulster.
And he just needs
We
to
don't
make
have
one.
we don't have any. We can't move through the Gaeldom territory. So when you're getting troops in that army, they can only get in Ulster. So to fix this, first and foremost, you need to get these armies that are in the middle of nowhere out of the middle of nowhere.
Well, they're in the middle of nowhere because once the next war starts, they're already going to be in position.
We need to have cannons for that war, so that war does not take fucking years like the last one did.
True.
So we need to start withdrawing men, and we need to get those fucking cannons in these armies.
What do you think, Mains? The German one.
We can just put cannons.
Alex has a very, very good point into bringing everybody back and preparing.
We
Technically,
demanded
they're in our
5 cannons per
territory.
army. We got 1 cannon in some armies.
We're not
I-
unless we completely change the way that we have built our
No,
armies.
I did not say reduce how many soldiers we had. I
My
said
lord.
increase it 5 cannons in every army.
And we do not have the money or the military cap to do that yet.
My lord,
We will long before we run out of cash. It'll be fine.
my lord,
I don't
what
think that's
kind of
true.
advisor is Alex again?
A good one.
No, like what is his official title?
Just like administration.
Do we want
It's
inflation?
time for us to get some more inflation, my lord.
And what is
I think you want inflation, my liege.
I think we're pressing inflation.
Inflation.
Time for some more inflation.
and Advisor William, he is the advisor of war?
Yeah.
I think you should give that to Alex.
Uh,
Uh,
I thought I already did.
I'm going to very, very actually. Well, what's the button?
And then you have to you need to switch what they are advisors of.
Advisor.
I don't think you need to be listening to the court jester. I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
He is one of my favorite people.
Damn it! I can't remember the hotkey
For
unlocking my mouse. I think I did it. I pressed buttons until it happened.
You broke your mouse.
To unlock it from Parsec, so I can move it around without moving things.
what art thou looking for?
I'm looking some stuff up real quick.
Do I need to keep it paused?
No,
Okay.
I was just messing with things.
My liege, I think you need to get rid of Advisor William.
I-
He needs to be replaced.
I don't think that you want to do that.
He puts a gun to the back of your head. It's like, I don't think you want to do that, my liege. I think
Wait, the
that
back
would
of
be
my head or his
awfully
head?
Foolish.
He has one gun with 2 barrels and they curve, and one is pointing at each of the back of our heads.
He has a
My
Looney Tunes
liege,
gun.
would you like justified wars that would make our aggressive expansion less?
That sounds like a fantastic idea because that has been holding us back for so long.
Personally, I don't think it's been holding us back. I think we've just been really cautious about it, but that's not my position to say anything on, I suppose.
Yes, you are no longer the war advisor. You have no
Like,
right here.
I think
No,
you're
no,
getting
no,
really
that's
ahead of
like-
yourself, Jester. We've also levied the troops, so we now have claims on everything. And we can officially subjugate them again.
Fantastic.
I think you should demote Advisor William to the new
I think you
court
should
jester.
shut the fuck up, Jester.
William has been doing a good job as of late. He gets 1 manor.
Oh,
Oh, thank you, my liege.
You get 1 mana. He gets a map of the Alban Empire. He's like, you will get 1 here. And then he points at some random part of the empire.
he points to Ireland.
Oh,
It's like, you will get 1 here, and then he puts one hand over his eyes, and then here, and then points at a different part of the empire.
Oh, my liege, do we wish to steal from these territories we conquered? We could steal and make Deloria bigger.
Make Deloria great again.
Now, why'd you have to say it like that?
I was yawning at the same time. I'm sorry.
Well, it was the.
It also
sentence that
reduces
he was,
government capacity in these places.
Oh yeah.
We'll make
Mata.
more money and less
Make
government
Deloria
capacity.
great again.
I don't like it. I think it's a bad idea.
It makes me kind of
Madga.
furious.
Just kind of absolutely furious.
Kind of fucking livid.
Like I imagine you shaking your hands. Like
I
you're
don't think
shaking
there's
your
gonna be.
closed
I don't
fist,
think there's gonna be a
vibrating
fucking
and-
jester in either one of our reigns. There will be prisoners that we occasionally make dance for our amusement, but there will be no jesters because this is insanity.
Insane.
Wait, are you saying I'm not doing well?
Not you. I would never say anything ill of you, my liege.
Are you
My
saying
liege,
I'm...
he's lying to you.
I think your jester is only trying to save himself.
I calculate.
Why
that
is everyone
built
trying to
all
save
the
The
cannons
themselves?
I
jester
wanted.
doesn't even know what's going on.
I calculate that if we built all the cannons that I wanted, it would make our upkeep up to 24. And pre-war, we were making about 20 gold per month. So we just need to squeeze our money and make more. We need more production, more workshops, more churches.
Okay.
Because we need
More
5 cannons in every
churches?
army. We don't need less. We need at least 5 cannons in every army.
How much do they cost in
Churches?
upkeep right now?
They cost it's 2% of what the yeah. It's roughly 2% of what the actual cost for it is. Oh, but we have elite regiments, which makes it more expensive, but you know.
I think that will be too much. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 8 armies total. If all 8 of those have 5 in them, then that's
So that'd
40
be-
cannons.
That'd be 40 cannon. So the total upkeep cost for that would be around 30. So all we need to do is we need more churches and we need more fucking workshops and we need to get these fucking cannons built.
We have to get more money, more income before we can do that, though. That's adding to the fact that we're only making 6 right now.
We need to build more. We need more.
We do need
My
more, but we
liege.
need to build that first because we can't
Whip
afford
our
to do it all
nation
together.
up. Our nation is backward and we need to fix it.
No, you're backward.
We have cannons now. We need to use the fuckers, and I want 5 in every
No,
army.
we just bring them in for show.
Yeah, when I say 5, I mean 5 in every army.
I think it's too much to hope for right now.
What if
How
we
about
did
this? We have
4
5
in every
war
army?
armies. And then each army that we have the 5 in, that'll have a general. Because generals have siege bonuses, and those siege bonuses would stack well with the cannon.
That would be better.
That way we can get the benefit of having the 5 cannon, we'd have a general, and it'd make it to where the sieges would be good. You would just have to plan out where the sieges are going to happen and where the generals are. Which I've done before. As Russia, I had a whole system where I had armies, and then I had guard armies. And the guard armies had cannons, and then the regular armies did not, because of their whole being Russian thing and having all the troops in God's green earth.
That is the thing they like to do.
So I wouldn't want you to demolish any of the cannons that you have built, but you would just need to move them around. So basically what I'm saying is that we'd want to create sectors where we have like an English sector where there's at least one army that has 5 cannons in it that won't leave the English sector, one in Germany, one in Denmark, that kind of thing.
That would be fine.
We can have up to 4 of them. And there'll be 5 cannons in those 4.
That would be more okay, I suppose. How long is this? We got another 9 years.
We have 9 years to organize the army so that we can have a highly drilled, cannoned army that will smash the inferior Alba.
Okay. You are
The
gonna-
Army of Ireland.
They're gonna get subsumed into there. It's fine. I want you to have it. So we will take you out of here, and you're gonna... I want you to go by sea. Stop being dumb. Are you already moving somebody? Where are you going?
Yeah, they're moving that.
Oh,
Because we can't move
yeah,
through Lesser Alba and stuff like that.
true. That's fine. Yeah, we can just re-subjugate them. And since they don't technically own as much territory anymore, and their development would be smaller than ours, we would be able to eat
Did
them.
Lesser Alba lose the Gaeldom as their thing?
No, they're just vassals. They're vassals underneath them, so they won't count toward their development.
I don't trust. I think if we were going to do that, I'd want another war where we kick them out of Denmark, and then I'd be okay with doing that. But even then, if we absorbed Lesser Alba, all that would do is we would inherit the Gaeldom as a vassal.
That's true. I mean, that's
I
what's
kinda
going to
think
happen
we-
whenever Francia gets absorbed. We'll just have West Francia.
I
as a
kind of
vassal.
think that we've started this violent process, and we should just see it through.
We can do that. We have claims on everything that's in the Isles now, so that's not a problem. Everyone goes to Robichaud.
Everyone goes to Robichaud, Robichaud, Robichaud. Everyone goes to
When's
get
the
cannons.
what military tech do we get the next supply bonus in? By the way,
12.
okay. So when that happens, I'm gonna want us to expand the size of all the armies we have too.
Oh, the clergy is complaining about you.
We are in many ways seen as one of the foremost defenders of the Delorian faith. Our religious institutions are strong and free from the poor and abroad.
Shut them
far
down. They cannot be allowed to.
It is therefore somewhat embarrassing that the rural population of our country isn't quite as in tune with the theology as we are.
Shut them
Reports
up.
of
Shut them up right now.
deviation, there's a dog being
Kill them
proclaimed a
all.
saint, or old
Execution.
heathen festivals being integrated with the holy ceremonies of our faith is undermining our state.
So if we choose to make them stop, then we will lose a stability. But it will make the church happy.
Shut them up right now.
If we let them complain, our missionary strength will go a little bit lower for a time, which, since we're not really going to be converting any of the people we're going to war with anytime soon, unless we want to go to war with Burgundy, we still could, just throwing that out there. But if
They have
we're not
offended-
doing that, then it won't matter, because the lands we're conquering are already
What would you like to
Delorian.
do, my lord? The peasants are worshipping dogs, or some nonsense.
Something
We
like
have
that.
them
They
all
are
slain.
wrong.
Attempt to make them abandon their ways?
abandon their nonsense and go back to the light.
Our people are
My lord, our
losing
stability.
confidence in your government, leading
The
to a
realm is
stability
becoming
drop.
unstable.
My
Don't
liege, I
stabilize
think
it.
we should fix.
Fix. Fixed. Oh,
We've made the realm more stable, my lord.
it's fixed.
And all of that is now cord.
We have a lot of diplomacy, diplo points. I think that we should be using them to either increase the production of trade good high provinces, or we should use it to get more mercantilism.
If we do the production in provinces, it will make us more money immediately. More mercantilism will make us more money in the long run whenever we have absorbed more territory, and we can take better advantage of the trade.
My lord, we have a stockpile of things. Do we want to use it to increase our trade ability, or do we want to increase our industry?
Let's have a look. What would be the benefits?
Industry will generate more money now. Mercantilism will be good in the long run. Also, you can never have enough industry, where mercantilism has a sort of finite point where it stops being useful.
The burghers have lost influence. That's a good thing.
Good. I hope they die.
My liege.
Industry sounds fun.
We will do industry. Do we have anywhere that has any bronze, any copper? Because we
I'm
got
sure
the
we do.
value of copper increased by.
Can we produce tanks?
We got iron down here in Poland.
Some gold.
Would we prefer to
We have-
develop? Where would we prefer to develop? It's the better question.
We have some copper in Cornwall and in
We do.
Cork.
Both
Maybe we
territories
should
we
pump
firmly
up
control.
production in those places.
Cornwall will
Cornwall's
cost
stupid.
more. Cork would
So will
also
Cork.
cost
God
more.
damn it.
What about nope.
What about throughout England? Throughout England has loads of fucking cloth
They do have loads of cloth.
and loads of farmland. So not London, because I already
Yeah.
put loads in London. Not Bedfordshire, because it's a horrible swamp.
Leicester would be good.
It could be
Kent
good.
would be
So
better.
Kent would be very good. We should focus on we should do it in Lincolnshire, because it also has a trade. Lincolnshire also has a trade port.
So does York, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
So York and Lincolnshire should be the ones we focus on, because we get more trade income out of them. Because when you increase production, it also increases your trade value.
Shall we do?
Yes, please.
This will also give you more crown land, my lord.
It
I
will.
love that more.
This is the best way to get crown land. We'll
My
put
liege.
some up here too.
Yes, Jester.
What do you call it when the medieval warrior's horse has a bad dream?
I don't know.
Does
A
Lincolnshire
nightmare.
have a market?
Does
The
Lincolnshire have a
medieval
market?
lawyer?
Yeah, does Lincolnshire have a market?
He's a knight?
They have
No,
a
the
port.
medieval.
Oh,
What do you-
market? Yeah, they do.
I'm going to
heard
kill both of
lawyer.
your
Oh
advisors.
no, Lesser Alba has claimed some of our territory.
I said.
Take more of their territory in recompense.
We'll take it
Let's
in 8
organize
years.
some of these armies, by the way.
I've got this one organized.
Jester,
They need one
tell
more.
me you're funny. Go on.
We need another general too. We only have 3 currently doing things.
Why did the medieval bank teller get fired?
Because he was Jewish.
Mhm.
Oh yes, my lord!
Yes, very good.
I am a genius.
You are the,
Solve the
you're the
puzzle, my
smartest.
lord.
Have them all killed.
Okay.
Well,
We go to war with Sweden.
they're all up there and over there. The
They're
Jews,
big
Over
the Jews
there.
own a lot.
Oh,
They own
look at
Russia.
that big word.
And it's just like ba-la-la, 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 and they're doing like they're dancing and they're squatting and they're moving their hands. And they got big beards and curly hair.
Aw, you're a benevolent person. Congratulations.
You're a benevolent, tolerant ruler, my lord.
I am a great man.
You're cruel, but you're also benevolent and tolerant.
Logic
You are
is not
generous,
here.
but you also can fucking snap at any moment.
You're a real, it's real backlashy to work for you. It takes a lot. Not very many people can handle it. It's a difficult environment.
It could be because of the multiple personalities.
It could be. You're gonna drill. Where are the other ones? You're drilling and you need to move. You're gonna move.
You should make a standard core out of these to where you have 12, 4, and 5 in the templates. It'd be 12, 4, and 5.
Cannon core.
That is what we will aspire.
Cannondor.
Okay, so if we want to increase our troop limit, we will have to build these things we can't build yet. We know
That
how to
and
attack
doing
that.
more military infrastructure will do it as well.
That as well. But we also have ideas we need to try and be filling out.
Yeah, but we've been slow on the military tech and all that. I do think that we should continue down the path of the quality ideas and all that. Potentially, we might even want to consider postponing getting the next round of techs so that we can get ideas instead. Potentially, because we've been kind of neglecting them for a while now.
It wouldn't be a bad idea. We got some pretty good stuff for having it all. This
We
would
can
give
get the
us
next quality
discipline
idea right
again.
this moment. Actually,
Yeah, make our ships just
we can
better.
make all of our ships 5% more healthy.
Sure, why not?
We have corvettes now.
Corvettes. Build a dam.
We can't.
We don't know that stuff yet, my lord.
Make it out of straw.
Oh,
Why?
I imagine how shitty that would be.
Why?
The London River looks real dammable.
I'm gonna
That river over at
play-
London, the fucking Thames River.
Slice.
It's like, damn it, damn it.
And course.
I want to see what the bottom looks like.
The Emperor decrees. Well, in the future, are the Lorian emperors would be like, I'm tired of going around dig a trench through it. And they'll be like, I'm tired of going around Africa, dig a trench through it. And we'll start building canals.
It's
Just
true.
dig a big trench.
It'll be
Yeah.
real good. The Suez Canal is easily one of the best things to happen to anyone who owns it.
Panama's pretty great, too.
Panama is pretty great, but the Suez lets
What
you get
about
to
the-
India real quick.
What about Guadalcanal?
That's
different.
something else.
That's, yeah.
Near the Spice Island.
Oh.
Which I kind of want, but...
Oh, Umnakon,
died!
your heir has... Oh, that was me! I died!
William.
Oh,
died.
well,
I
I
told
guess-
you that would happen. I
I
knew it
guess the
would.
German is next in line.
No, it's
Oh,
fucking not.
No. I want to have control.
No.
We just have to wait until this shit over here has another child.
You gotta,
Me?
you really gotta do it. You
Yeah, you're
gotta
41,
fuck.
by the way.
You
my
gotta
lord.
fuck.
Oh, I'm gonna
You
die
gotta.
any second now.
Your queen is 44. She's older than you.
People
She's
are gonna be
infertile.
barren.
She's barren down there. Give me a new one.
You gotta fix. You gotta fix.
Well, I need a new wife for that.
No, you gotta fix it with the one you got. We're
What do you
also
mean?
DeLorean, so who your official spouse is doesn't matter that much.
Well, get me more spouses. We gotta keep trying.
It's like you have many spouses.
Okay.
A Hungarian official, Christian Talbot's rise to high office has angered many of those who are closest to Dubosek I. Michael Burgoyne, a member of the oldest of the Gales families in our country, has approached our monarch demanding that we deliver Christian Talbot of his position. Okay, they want us to fire him because he's not the right culture.
No.
Oh,
We must.
What
We could say no, and we just lose a little bit of legitimacy, which is another thing that ticks up every month.
Right back.
We must treat everybody as equals.
You know, I'm curious. What are the effects of our religion? Did that load correctly since the Gaelic name stuff fucked up?
Yeah, the religion's fine. We get female advisor chance, and our tech cost is better.
A million chance for error. That's good.
Yeah, we got chance of new heir, so it should happen in the future.
Maybe.
But you hate everybody, including other Christians, so.
What is
That's
Christian
normal.
Talbot's what is
He's this guy.
what's the issue here?
He's the treasury man.
He's incorrect culture. He's Hungarian, and they want to replace it with a DeLorean.
No.
He's gonna be real shit though if we get a DeLorean.
Actually,
It's
he'd
gonna be some
better.
random asshole off the street.
He would actually have a better skill, but he would cost more.
He would cost significantly more.
Can we not afford it?
The army wants every dime.
That's right, we're building cannon.
Expensive cannon. Whenever we say 1 to 5 cannon, in reality, we're saying we want a regiment of 1,000 men with 100 cannon, or do we want regiments of 5,000 with like 500 cannon? Is actually, so that's the scale we're talking about.
Just keep them. We don't have time for this.
Very well. We need more money things. There are things
Build a
that
church.
could make. Well, if we increase production, there are things that could make us more money.
Are you saying there's a more effective way to get money?
I'm saying there are
Building a
multiple
church?
ways of getting money.
We need both churches and workshops in every fucking province of the empire, realistically.
Yes.
Spread the faith.
We're already completely DeLorean except for these Byzantines right in here.
I hate those Byzantines.
We'll
They
get
would
rid of
take
them
fucking
eventually.
100 years to convert them now.
And lots of money.
Samuel declares that I have only one wife. How dare you slander me,
You
mother,
have one
from beyond the
official
grave?
wife. You'll get another one.
We have harem mechanics. It's like, calm yourself.
I just hate being slandered by
They
a person
love
I can't
slandering. They're
hurt.
It's because they're ghosts and they're dead, so they love slandering.
It's true.
If she was alive now, I'd slap her until she hit the ground.
I'm gonna build money things.
Right then,
Make
Money things are
money.
good.
we need to get our money income up.
We need that money in.
You know, if we really wanted money, we could start putting production more in the gold mines.
Ooh, you're talking a lot there.
We could start getting more gold from the gold mines. I don't know what the problem is.
Because
But
the
you
gold
said
mines could
it'll
go
run out.
away. It can run out. It has a chance of running out. every
We
month.
have not developed fucking economy yet, so we can print as much money as we want, and there will be no negative, okay? Don't even worry about it.
Do we even have any in our territory? We have one right here.
Yes. I actually did put some production in it during my lifetime.
Alex, I'm going to give you a present in your manor. There's a well wrapped gift in your manor. It's a tall rectangle in a box. Okay. All right, you open it.
Sure.
It's like an Ed Gein fucking lampshade.
Our emperor is a good emperor.
He's a good man.
So, by the way, what manufacturers do, technically, William,
Mhm.
is they give +1 to the trade goods in the province. That's equivalent to 5 production infrastructure.
That is pretty nice.
That is nice, but that does sort of lay into this next point I was going to have. Almost any province that has either glass, paper, or gems in it, I don't want us to build many factories for. Even though all of those are very valuable, I want state houses built in those provinces. Because state houses' effectiveness are twice as more effective if they're built on provinces with those. We have a guy! Oh, and he's really good.
I'm a really good diplomat.
Borthelm!
That's a good name.
Borthelm!
Is it a good
My
name?
Emperor Tyler, what do you want your heir's name to be?
Borthelm sounds great. I like that.
You would be Bjorthelm. We haven't had a Bjorthelm yet.
No, we have not. Bjorthelm it is.
Hopefully you'll make it.
Hopefully.
It'd be a shame if you didn't. We
You're
lost
right.
a bad one and got a better one.
You're real good. You're a diplomatic fucking savant.
I'm real good at that. I might even be able to start absorbing people.
We have a jillion Diplo points again. We should get more production.
We could also absorb Carpathia.
If we absorb Carpathia, we'll get Hungary as a vassal, won't we?
I guess we can't do it for another 6 years, but yes, we'll get Hungary as a vassal.
Oh, 6 years. So we should definitely just spend all our Diplo points then. Because in 6 years we'll have a whole bunch more.
Right then.
So any province that has a trade good that is worth 3 or more, that especially if they're on the coast and if they have like fucking farmland and shit like that, should get more production.
Here's Kent.
Lincolnshire should have some more. Lincolnshire and York, because those are trade centers. And what about the Netherlands? What's going on over there? What about the parts of the Netherlands we control? There's like the Hague and shit like that.
Yes, down here. Den Haag.
I will go pet the royal rabbit.
Start making that better.
Hello,
Utrecht.
Rosie.
Delicious.
Hello, Rosie. You are tiny and baby. Pet you.
Oh, a treatise on natural philosophy has been developed, my liege.
What does that entail?
Do we embrace the science, or do we embrace the religion and denounce the science?
I am
These
real
people
religious.
are saying that that fucking Earth goes around the sun.
Does
That's
it go?
crazy.
They
It
are in
doesn't
fact
revolve around
saying
me?
they're saying some very incorrect things, my liege. Do we listen to what they have to
Orient
say,
Church
or do we
preaches
sick the church on them?
That the
We stick
sun
the
and the
church on
stars
them.
go around the Emperor. That is what the DeLorean Church strongly believes.
We cannot allow such blasphemy.
No blasphemy. We are the church and the state. Thank you for reminding me that was what I am.
Yes, you are all.
Justices of the peace. Okay.
You get 2 manners, the both of you. And Mainz loses 1.
Oh,
I
that's
had a manor?
Okay, this
Oh,
is
my
a
Emperor,
whole
you're about to
thing.
bankrupt the nation forever.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
So, I want state maintenance.
Yeah.
I want that.
So this one will make it a lot easier to administer the empire. It'll reduce our stability cost, and it'll give us reduced state maintenance until the end of the game. It'll also give us 1 innovativeness, but it will cost 700 ducats, meaning we will go into debt for a long time.
We will go into debt. We'll have to take out a lot of loans and pay off those loans.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a forever bonus that we will always have.
It's true.
It's a forever bonus. You get it. You get it no matter the cost. No matter the price.
Insane and spends every dime.
Oh.
The army's
I
like,
know
what are
we were saving up for cannon, but we can't. But permanent.
Oh. Wait, was
We
that
took a
just the one
gargantuan loan. We now
That
owe the
was
banks
the
all.
one loan too, so that's nice at least.
Well, we need to pay that off.
Build more churches using the loan.
No.
That'll fix the economy eventually, right?
We will build churches and pray to God until we're not in debt anymore.
Are we planning on getting courthouses, or are we planning on saving for religious ideas?
I think that we should get religious ideas and quality ideas for a bit, and we should wait until the. Here's what I think. we need to do too much stuff with our money because now we have this massive loan problem. It kind of goes against the plan I had.
It was just the one loan, though. It's not like we can't handle
I know,
it.
but we need to get rid of it.
And we will get rid of it. We can
But
get
we
rid of
also
it
need
whenever we
cannons.
steal from our lessers.
We need to get rid of this loan. We need these cannons, and we need to build more things to fund the cannons, and we need to also have money to embrace the Renaissance.
Well, that'll
Rosie, come
slowly
here.
decrease in cost until it costs nothing anyway. It's
I
just
know,
if we want to spend
but
the
I was wanting to do
points
it
in the
sooner
meantime.
rather than later, so that we could then skip on getting techs for a bit, and then embrace the Renaissance, and
But
then get them at
permanent
it.
bonus.
So then we should
The
just
Arabian
wait.
Empire insulted us.
We can send them a ship letter.
They said they looked at us and said, "You do not control Jerusalem."
I mean, they don't either.
It's like, well, you
Say
don't
that
know
back. That's
Muslim.
witty.
They
Say that
take the
back.
Church of the Holy Sepulchre and they just start putting fucking crescents all over it. They start spray painting it with graffiti.
Bulgaria owns it right now.
Bulgaria controls the holy city of Jerusalem.
But they are the
That-
Islamic Emirate of Bulgaria, so
That's so strange.
The longest beards.
there's a lot of strange things in this world.
We've changed so much.
Estonia is very large.
Estonia has apparently lost a recent war to Sweden because they had more.
Vladimir might
Sweden's
form
getting
Russia.
bigger.
I think it probably will.
I'm afraid of Russia because that's just going to be. There's just going to be Russian Jews going unchecked, getting large and hairy.
It's going to be a whole
L'chaim,
thing.
comrade. And imagine when the Soviet Union happens.
There's a lot of territory up here they won't be able to colonize, though, so that'll severely
A bunch
limit
of
their
Jewish
expansion.
communist Russians.
The citizens of Plymouth have grown tired of the local influence of greedy West Frankian fucking merchants. What they claim are using unfair advantages to outcompete local businesses. They demand that we step in to limit the influence of foreign traders on the area and reaffirm the privileges of our own merchants and artisans. If we do not act, they might take matters into their own hands.
Alba first, or no?
Shall we do protectionism or no?
I think Alba first is a good idea.
We will do Alba first.
Alba first.
The king of West Frankie is like, you bastard!
You're a slave. Shut up.
You look at that fucking king in a crown. It's like, you stupid slave!
I take the crown off his head and snap it over my leg.
Give me a quick second, unless you want to take control.
I'll do it.
Yes.
I had to reconnect my mouse and everything.
I curse Alex to have to shit his pants every day. Not even a little, like a lot.
My liege.
Mains, I forgot you existed.
Oh, my liege.
What are you doing in my court?
Existing, apparently.
Barely.
Okay,
Where in God's name did this trade goods button go?
I can do that.
Okay.
Wow. Either way. My liege, are you sure we can't
Oh, I have good
demote
news, my
William?
lord!
Okay.
The residents of
No.
Lincolnshire have spontaneously converted to DeLoreanism.
Oh,
Hurrah!
Our Winwood brothers in one of our
Oh,
provinces
look,
have
they
been the error of their
converted.
ways.
Good
They
for
came
them.
back. They've been
I
saved.
must check on a thing real quick. So don't run the nation into the ground while I'm gone.
Well, hopefully he doesn't die because you're the next.
He even abandons you in your time of need.
I mean, we don't need him.
You should demote him.
Just...
Why?
Because he abandoned you in your time of need.
We didn't need him, though.
But he was part of your council of advisors.
Yeah, and he's having
And
a
he
good.
abandoned you.
He's having a vacay. I allow.
Shall
have to
we
go
have
in-
naval drill, my lord?
Naval drill, is that a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, do that. That sounds real good. We're not in the
We're
middle
gonna
of a war.
have naval drill. My lord,
Fantastic.
would you like to start fucking missionary schools and get us more missionaries?
Yeah. Let's spread the word.
We have done so.
I kind of hate that there's Catholics running about still
We now have
and
3 missionaries,
Muslims,
which is a lot.
and we need to fix all that. I'm surprised my ancestors haven't changed that yet.
Told them to. They failed.
They failed?
They failed. Oh my lord! Various innovative ideas of the Renaissance are spreading through Saxony. So we can support the Renaissance and spend a bunch of money and make it so that the Saxon state will get a whole bunch of support for the Renaissance. Or we could say, no,
Do it. Do the thing.
we shall do it.
Are we still technically in debt?
We still owe to the banks, yes.
Okay. The bank saw that and like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm trying to not spend any money until that happens.
And then we can afford cannons again one day.
One day. Eventually.
Oh, there's a lot of pop-ups.
In only 2 more years, we will... Sweden is now considered a great power. Where's the great powers list? Oh, I can't click it because the parsec button is in the way.
Oh.
Time is going.
We will not look at the great powers list.
I'm getting older.
Gold rush! Our miners have hit a massive deposit of gold. We've gained thousands of ducats, but we've also gained loads of inflation.
We get inflation all the time. Pay off the debt.
We cannot pay off our debt. We can also embrace the Renaissance. Do you want to pay off the debt or do you want to embrace the Renaissance? If we embrace the Renaissance, it will reduce our tech cost by 37%, and it will reduce all construction costs by 5% and all development costs, which is the infrastructure, by 5%.
How?
If we
Can
wait,
we not
the
afford
cost will
both?
go down, but we'll have to wait.
Can we
How
not
long?
afford both?
We cannot afford both because
How much?
the bank will cost like 600.
How much is it to embrace the Renaissance?
This 1,500.
Oh, okay.
It will go
Just-
down as time goes on. You can see there how much money. It's mostly because most of Germany and fucking Wales, they haven't.
What's
they
our
don't know what
deadline?
Is there?
When is the IRS coming?
Let me remember where that is. Okay, there it is. Let's see. So basically, we have like 4 years to pay off this loan, and if we don't pay it, then they'll increase it. They'll increase the cost of the loan by 4%.
Is there a?
Renaissance. Do the
Yeah.
Renaissance.
Wait,
do
wait,
it.
wait. Let me ask a question first. Is there really? Is there any benefit to waiting or not, or a con to waiting? Like, I know it gets cheaper as time goes by, but what happens if we wait?
Well, I'm currently spending a lot of military and diplo points on like our empire to increase our money, and this will make that go down, but it will also make our tech costs go down by 37%. So that'll be literally hundreds of points.
Yes.
So essentially what this means is that the Renaissance spawned 37 years ago, is what that means, and we haven't embraced it yet. And that'll go up to 50% at max, which is as worse as it can get.
And then
we
the next
will
one's gonna
eventually
spawn.
embrace it, but, you know.
I say, let's grab it while we still can.
We struck gold, by the way, William.
Oh, where?
It just said we struck gold and we got like fucking thousands of gold, but it also gave us a lot of inflation.
Ah, we had a gold rush.
So inflation's quite high at the moment.
That's worth it, though.
Well, we keep saying yes every time.
I think we should reduce inflation, my lord. It's getting rather a lot.
How do you could just do that?
You can do that by spending your administration, my lord.
What you're doing is you're gathering up money from the people, and then you're melting it down into coins of higher purity.
Yeah, you're telling people it's like you have way too much fucking money just everywhere. It's like, give me some of your money, we'll transition it to other denominations.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do that.
We'll do that.
Fix the economy, if you would.
Once we get economic ideas, we'll have a passive that slowly reduces that over time.
Yeah. And we'll never have to worry about it again.
So, William, what we did while you were gone, we got another quality idea and another religious idea. I put a whole bunch more Diplo points into various provinces. We struck gold, paid off. We embraced the Renaissance.
We didn't pay off our debt. We almost did, but
Paying off the debt, and we decided to embrace the
then,
Renaissance instead.
but the Renaissance came a knocking.
These were at like 800 in cost, and now they're down to about under 600. So when we get
revolt.
the points, so now
revolt.
we should probably
It's a French revolt. It's fine.
we should probably just save our various points so that we can get the next round of techs now that the cost for them has been reduced significantly.
I agree. And that one's almost trained up. Next year, the truce will be up as well, so we can start stealing more.
War Part 2. War Part 2.
And we can get another Splendor thing.
What's a splendor? I don't know what that is.
Yes, you do. My lord.
You know, my
You
liege.
lose 1 mana for giving me lip. We're going to evict a whole family from a manor.
It's normal.
They will live in the mud fields.
The Emperor's whims must be obeyed.
I am the Emperor.
You are.
My reign is me constantly just giving my closest advisors manors and throwing their family in and out of them all the time.
It's a very
They're just halfway
chaotic,
houses.
a very chaotic rulership. Makes it difficult for the peasants to know who to pay taxes to.
Whoever lives in that house at the current moment. And then bandits get an idea. It's like, well, what if we took over the place? And
I really wish we had 8 generals.
If
why
only
don't we have
could.
8 generals?
Because that
Because
would
we
cost way
can't.
too much.
It would be horrific.
Each general you have over your general cap costs a military point per month.
It's like both of your fucking advisors are like, that would be horrific and we can't do that.
I would
Splendor.
advise against
Splendor.
it.
Oh yeah, Splendor. We probably should get the war taxes one.
Give
I'm
me
trying
money.
to do it and you're trying to do it. Get your fucking fingers off of here, mister. War taxes.
That would be nice. Free war
We
taxes.
need money.
Of these, I think war taxes is probably the most useful one. So war taxes?
Actually, if you do the one next to it, then we would be able to take Gaeldom from Lesser Alba if we wanted.
I think the only way I'd want to do that is if we had already taken so much of Lesser. If we did that, we'd have to wait through a treaty of time before we can integrate them. We'd have to get their liberty desire down, and they're gonna be angry with us.
This is what we were trying to avoid.
So I don't think we should do that.
Fair enough.
I think we should do war taxes.
I want to get the money from their peasants.
Money is nice.
Hopefully, we will remember the war taxes whenever the war happens, because I never do.
We can just turn it on now.
Actually, hold on.
Well, don't we have to be at war for it to work?
If you turn it on, then it'll just be there, and once the war starts, it'll give the bonuses. But
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just do it then.
you'll just
No
have to
reason not
remember
do
to
it.
turn it off whenever the age is over.
Yeah, when the era changes over. When's the specific date for treaty ending with them?
April.
Okay, so I think we should stop all the drilling.
Everyone, calm down. You've been training for years for this.
Yeah.
We need to reorganize the generals. Okay, so I need to look at the political map so I can see how this is going to be. Okay, so
There is no supply lines.
we're going to fix that. So you're gonna be this fella. No, I want you to be this fella because he's got 2 siege pips.
Pip.
And I want you to have no one. Where's the strip command button? I don't remember.
Very bottom, no leader. Bottom of the box. There you go.
Strip you. And
I imagine you just taking off their clothes.
and we'll strip you. So we'll have that command. We'll have a command here.
Can they make more cannons yet? Like, do we have the ability to make more cannons there?
Move them onto the mainland. I will give you a general. You can have that one. Move you there. And you should have a general in case you get an isolated battle.
Gillicomgan.
Pronounce that again?
Gillicomgan. I steal.
You keep doing that without giving warnings. Whenever I do that, I give warnings so that horrible things don't happen.
I try to do it when you're not doing anything, at least.
That's not correct.
We can make 3 more cannons. So we'll wait for them.
You can make them commit to the standard.
I can.
They can conform to the template or else die.
Do it.
So we will wait until the cannons in that army are finished, and then we can start the war we can start the second civil war.
Yay!
Also, we have that fucking army up there.
They're also holding down a revolt that's trying to be a thing. So I figure that's fine. And we gotta wait until, what is it?
They don't have any armies.
April? Huh?
The Gales or anything. Oh yeah, they do. They have an army of 20,000 in the south there. That's currently drilling.
We can surround it. Attack it.
We can do
all week.
hideous things to them.
Actually, I'm gonna
Move the general from Ulster to that army, yeah.
And we will ambush them when the time is right. The time is right. Actually, let's wait 1 more month. Oh, we can... This is another Ghost Council thing.
Oh.
Government progress has happened.
So
we need to have an official administration.
We can either do... We can put more faith in the clergy, the nobles, or the burghers. So the clergy
But
will...
I hate them all.
Well, we gotta have one. Somebody's gotta do the admin work for you.
Do the clergy, because I like them.
You don't even know what they do, my emperor.
But I'm religious.
You like the clergy.
But this is a Ghost Council decision. We all have to decide here.
So in my opinion, we should either do the clergy or the burghers. Those are the 2 that I would support.
Why the burghers?
The burghers give advisor costs decreased. Advisor costs are the expensive advisors we have on the court.
Like their upkeep reduction?
Yeah. So
Good.
realistically, what we want is we want +3 in each category, and a +3 advisor costs about 15 gold per person.
Oh, yeah.
So you can do the math there, 15, 30, 45, since there's 3 of them. At a 10% decrease, that would be saving us 4.5 ducats per month. And they can go up to level 5 in cost. So I like having advisor cost reductions, but the clergy one gives us a free policy in administrative. So one of the big reasons I've been wanting to get the economic ideas is that when we get economic and quality ideas together, we can establish a new policy, and that policy will give us a discipline increase. And whenever you get a policy, it goes into one of those categories. Now, the first one's free, but every one after that will cost you one of the 3 points, Diplo or admin or military, every month to maintain.
Mm-hmm.
If we do clergy, then we will be able to have 2 administrative policies without having to pay anything.
I usually go with administrative whenever I play, because that free admin policy can be really, really helpful.
So is that all of us on clergy?
I said I wanted either clergy or burghers, one of the two.
I think that means the votes are in on clergy.
Okay.
As
That'll
my
make the clergy
liege
more
decided before hearing anything that he wanted clergy as well, unless he's changed his
Well, I
mind.
figured they were going to be good because I have my faith.
Because he's like clergy, and we're like, well, let's debate, and we debate, and it's like we've decided clergy.
Very well.
And he's like, I told you, I'm the emperor, I know best.
Clergy it shall
have
be.
divine right.
The clergy will also gain a small amount of influence as well, so that'll be a thing. Also, we can do another diet if you would like.
Sure, why not? Those are always fun.
We'll see what they say this
Wait,
time.
we're saving money. We usually want to just build a thing.
There are
and be done with the
lots of
mission.
other things that we could do. This one actually wants us to expand into Sweden.
I don't want to do that. That's not
We're not. We're in the middle of a war.
So
And the
we
clergy
can,
and the burghers both want us to build buildings.
yeah. So we can either build a church or a workshop.
Build either or. Do something for the clergy or something.
I
I
think
don't
the
know.
burgher one would be better.
I actually
Yeah.
think so,
It would
too.
make us more money.
Yeah,
that,
do then.
and
We need
if
to-
we get
we need
all
to
of
fix the
them,
economy.
if we get all of their loyalties up above 50, then we can seize land from them without any penalties.
Yeah.
So so we should order the construction of the workshop in Lincolnshire because that's what the burghers wanted. It's something I was going to end up doing eventually anyway.
It's a good thing to have there. And then whenever
I'd actually be putting a
we
lot
can-
of points into it.
we can also upgrade one of these smaller ports or
We can, but I was
markets.
saving money so we can pay off our debts.
Yeah,
Fair.
that is a good
Don't
idea.
spend too much now.
Very well. Do we already
I bought a
have-
Renaissance.
We already have that going. Okay. So
The emperor did buy one Renaissance.
let's wait for one more month for the morale of these guys to go up to 100, and then the war will begin.
The war.
Just gonna put that out there. In my reign, I
should send-
accepted the Renaissance.
Send the trade fleet home into a home port so they don't get caught.
They have
lose a
this.
ship.
During a war, they'll go to a friendly port.
I know that, but if you should send them to port before the war starts so they don't get caught in a battle. It's like all that will do is make us lose like half a month's worth of the trade income they generate. So like a half a ducat.
That is a lot.
So
It's
there's
fine.
that. Where's our combat fleet at?
They're dead.
I would hope
they
not.
are at port up here. No,
Okay,
that's
so they're
not
probably
them.
gonna
They
need to-
are down here.
Our combat fleet probably should station itself outside of Lothian. Actually, no. We have to. Lancaster is going to have to be sieged again on the west coast.
True.
So we're going to have to do the Irish Sea again.
Well, we'll be sieging lots of places at the same time.
I want us to do a drive-by where we go by just fucking bombarding things. Actually, do I want us to do that? Because I'd want us to get military points so that we can get more. We can get the quality ideas. Because the last thing in quality ideas gives us a 5% discipline increase, and I guarantee you, our military advisor is going to die soon. She's
Yeah.
been in charge of it for a while, and when that happens, our discipline's going to fall right in the fucking trash.
Yeah.
How old is she now?
63. She is
She's
Can we
gonna
old.
die
replace her
any
now?
moment.
Any moment.
And whenever we lose that discipline, that's going to make these battles way harder.
We should replace her now.
No, because it'll likely not be another disciplined person that we can replace her with.
We need a disciplined person.
If she dies anyway, are we guaranteed another disciplined person?
No,
No.
but the chances will be much better that a disciplined person will be there.
Yeah. It's wartime. Oh, yeah.
Oh
they're the
yes,
same.
my favorite.
Shut up.
Take more land this time.
Okay.
We will try.
We have lots
much as
more
you
land
can
that we
grasp.
can take.
We
But
intend
what
on calling
shall-
Estonia into the war, by the way.
Estonia has like 10 people.
Okay, just making sure. I don't know how big Estonia is or is not. It's a big
Very.
blob over there.
They got 15,020 in reserve. They're nothing.
Oh my! Look at pull up Estonia again. Like click on them, for their look at their leader. like, look at that name.
Ew. Oh, that's a lot of dots.
Eyes bore the first Munso Paraganahala.
That's a lot of dots.
Parayala.
She is a floating lich lady. I create it.
We should fear
Fairy
that
woman
person.
with long silk robes and a big beard.
The more
Okay.
complicated, it's a queen still, and you said, "Oh, it has a great big beard."
She has a great big beard, a long big beard that goes to her toes.
So do we want to do the subjugation Casus Belli, or do we want to take things?
I think we should do the
Take.
take one.
My liege.
Take.
Does subjugation
subjugate.
reduce the aggressive expansion costs or anything like that?
No, it just lets us subjugate the whole place at once.
I don't want to vassalize them.
Yeah, it would
We
be
want the
vassalage.
land. We need to make it red. I mean,
Well, the primary goal, so the Casus Belli should probably take Lubeck, but the real goal is for us to kick them out of Denmark, I believe,
Yes.
just so that can be cleared up.
Take Lübeck.
Cut them off from the rest of the continent.
We've also got cannons that will appear at the end of the month from up here. Should we wait until the end of the month?
I think our advantage we have with that Gaelic army drooling is too good to pass up. They could change it.
True.
And so I think that we should start the war now, and we should just have that army that has cannons just wait. And when the cannons are done, have them start their sieging and all that.
It shall be so. My liege, does this sound appropriate to you?
It does.
Then it shall be.
This
War.
vassalage nonsense must escape your mind at once.
We are at this the second civil war of your reign, my lord.
Yes, and there will be many war.
We stomped them right good. They still exist, but we stomped them.
Gave him a good womp. Let's see. We need to order. My lord, I think you need to make an official decision here. Should we use our military points to order bombardments to make the war happen faster, or should we save our military points to get more military ideas?
I did say a long time ago, speed is of the essence. So
We should bombard Lancaster then.
yeah, just bombard. I think we're like ahead in tech anyway, aren't we? So
We sure are, and the
are
Siege of
kind
Lothian
of a little
is
behind
already
now.
almost over because the army in Lothian has most of the cannons. And
Christian
50
Talbot has
admin.
given us free admin points.
that guy we saved.
Yeah,
he gave us a bunch of admin points actually.
he did his job good.
That army is being a dick.
Lancaster.
The Siege of Lancaster's over. We can now meet those fuckers again.
Hello.
What's going on in Denmark? That army that had the cannons, is it ready? So it should
It
march
is.
south. And we should march on Lubeck. Ooh, their army there is like really low in morale. We could potentially crush them in Denmark.
If we swing around this way, can we do it? Yeah. That way we don't have to cross a
The
river.
Siege of Lothian is over. Oh, the sieges happen so much faster. It's wonderful. Now we can siege Perth.
Cannons are wonderful. We're coming for
I
Perth.
love it. That's why I said that we must have 5 in every army.
We have destroyed their Danish army.
We can now seize these provinces at will now.
Now let us destroy their hope.
We keep having to fight these.
This primary Gaelic army is being very lively, and it's very annoying.
Yes, they are quite annoying right now. We keep winning the battles, but we keep having to fight them in bad terrain.
And we keep rolling zeros repeatedly.
Oh, you've said
My Emperor, you
things.
embarrassed yourself. You committed an absolute faux pas today in front of the whole court and foreign dignitaries, and the repercussions will take years to repair.
We lose a
lost
stability.
because of
Oh.
you.
Oh,
You fucking shat your pants on the throne.
Oh, my liege.
Alex, you know what I was gonna say? I was gonna say I shat my pants.
The naval reformer
That's
died.
absolutely what happened.
We can do a Diplo rep thing, and that might help people still not look at us bad.
They'll be like, you, the Emperor pooped himself.
I imagine I let
was
off a really bad fart that turned into a really bad shart.
You fucking did the whole lean and everything.
Ireland has been subjugated.
Ireland has been liberated.
Yes, liberated.
Okay, so our navy. So over in Denmark, I noticed that the Lesser Alban Navy was stationed
Right.
out there. We should have our navy move out there so that whenever they get kicked out of the province, we meet them. Because if they have a big naval battle that we beat them in, that'll hurt their war score a lot.
That it will. Estonia is looking at our flanks, but we've got Frenchmen
Luckily,
down
France
there.
decided to get involved and deal with that.
Yeah. You're not
That
running
Gaelic
away.
army refuses to fall.
You're not escaping.
not allowed to escape.
Do we want to save this for techs?
What is
Yeah,
it?
because we got religious ideas, so we have all our texts got a huge cost reduction.
We're gonna use it. I mean, it's why we got the Renaissance.
All of our next texts that we'll get are going to be very useful too. We'll get shipyards. We'll get shipyards decreases the time for shipbuilding by a lot because
We have
ships take
crushed them.
forever to make.
Shall I
So
draw
we'll
and
get
quarter them?
shipyards next. We'll get fucking courthouses next. We'll get regimental camps next, which will make it to where we can increase our total army size.
We have
Everything
taken
will be great.
Schleswig. We are in the middle of taking Holstein. We have destroyed almost all of their armies, and they are scattered to the winds.
We have cannon.
We do have cannon.
We have rollabout cannon. Do they have rollabout cannon?
They
have
do.
like 1/3. We never made the decision on what kind of cannons we wanted, by the way.
We got mortars apparently.
We did.
Yeah. The bronze cast mortars. They're good to have. Fire
You're like,
phase.
yeah, they're right.
Our loan.
Oh, our disciplined
Our
person
disciplined
is dead.
person died.
He was shot.
Oh,
There's
there's
a level
another
2 one.
disciplined person.
Hey, he's got my name.
It is
Worth having
William.
me.
It's Bealdersmack.
We have
All of the female courts that your mother established have been replaced by mostly men by Tyler the First. I see the which way Tyler the First thinks.
I just pick people based on their merit, damn it.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, your mother started the most progressive female court in the history
I'm
of
a
Europe.
DeLorean. What
And
do
then
you
over
want from
time,
me?
you slowly dismantled it and replaced them with Hungarian men.
Rather strapping Hungarian men.
They fucking walk around, they have their arms curled like old-timey fucking bodybuilders. And they curl their arms like up
Yay.
to their torso.
Lincolnshire has developed more.
And we seize land without people screaming.
Once the war is over. Which should be quick.
If the war ends before anyone has an excuse to scream, we can seize land without negative repercussions.
We're working at it. We've got the men occupying as we speak. We just have to take Perth.
We need to seize so much money so that we can fucking pay off these loans.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What is the price we must pay?
Lots.
We should march through the sea and up the
We're almost
land
there.
on that island in the northwest. There's not not that. I'm gonna mouse you.
Mm-hmm.
This.
Do
We should
that.
do
then.
that.
I agree.
Because we outnumber them by 1,000,000,000 to 1.
Oh yeah, baby.
And we will charge them until they fucking run out of arrows.
Perth is dead. On to
And Europe
Orkney.
is red.
Whenever St. Johnstone was not under our control, it would suffer a fate of being repeatedly sieged and taken over and over again.
They chose to be wrong, and we had to correct them.
Can we ask France to have that top bit back?
No.
No, they'll be like, no.
It's not even
You'll have
Frankia,
to go through
it's
the
West
diplomatic
Frankia.
treaties with us. Unless you want to fight France, we don't want to fight France.
We don't want to fight France.
That thing we did here, we're not doing that with France or Germany. We're not doing that.
Yeah,
That would be
They're
a
fine.
If
They're
they
nice
were
and blue
independent-
and whatever.
if they were independent, they could probably eat us alive.
If we made France or Germany independent, they would immediately their heads would shake and they would immediately start shooting everyone.
Yeah, it would be really bad.
Germany in particular would feel so much empire in their veins.
The blood and the iron just running through
The
it.
Blood and the Iron. Their first mission has Otto von Bismarck as its image, and it's called Blood and Iron.
They like to kill.
They like to Deutsch and goose step their way to victory.
They have an idea called adopting the goose step, which gives them discipline.
It's a lot. Germany is just a lot. You're not
They get the
supposed to
funny
be
walk and it
Germany
makes
until
them
like the
real
end of
good.
the game. That's how a lot
Yeah.
it is.
As the Austrians, I ended up forming the German Empire. I formed the Holy Roman Empire, but it wasn't how it was. It was like Imperial Germany, but they were the Holy Romans. And so I had all the German ideas and stuff like that, and they were a lot.
How delicious.
How delightful.
Oh, Estonia is the only one that's still really at war. Will you just go away? You will?
They might make us have to go over there.
No.
Oh no, France is occupying them. Wonderful.
We can just have them pay us.
We
like,
have
100
vassals.
We can just have them pay us some money, and we can just tell them to fuck off.
Estonia, pay us 104 ducats and never talk to us again.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't even really invited the first time.
It's true. Go away.
We got 0.1% of a fucking inflation from that.
Pay
And
off our
now
debt.
We can pay off the debt.
Yes, we can. We can do that.
Yay. And
Loans
now,
are gone.
Give.
Give to me.
Damn it! So fucking close.
We should get a land bridge going so that we don't have to march. We can march from one end to the other.
Give them that shitty little edge of the land.
And then pay us.
Pay us all the money.
Come on
All the
in.
money on God's kingdom.
Come
So
on in.
here's what I think we should do. We're really close to getting a tech, so I think it might be worth it to just be overextended for a hot minute.
Does an overextension increase the price?
No.
Oh, no, I guess not.
So if we just wait like a month or two, we can get that tech and then focus
Look
on.
at those green numbers.
Green numbers are the best numbers.
Red numbers make me shake and fear.
But you were
Alright,
so
smaller
used to
army.
it. You were just so used to it.
Should the poor be
Oh.
educated?
No!
Actually, the clergy are really on board with it, though.
The church wants it a lot. The church is like, we won't let you take our land if you don't give this to us.
That's
Educate
exactly
the
what's
poor
happening.
then. They're gonna revolt now.
They get local unrest for that, yes.
They're all gonna revolt because they're gonna
And-
figure out that
And a general died, but we can steal land.
Seize land, my lord?
Oh,
Steal!
my camera. I can't see myself. My vanity.
Always
not
looking at
from-
yourself.
Let's
There we
steal the land.
Steal
we
the
stole
land.
the land!
We stole the land.
Hooray!
Look at that. We don't have all those negative effects anymore that I caused.
Hooray!
We have so much land now. It's mostly the nobles that control too much land.
Yeah, the nobles have a
Have
lot.
them all executed.
Well,
Later. That's a later thing. So...
I know of a way we could get all of the nobles executed.
Oh, okay. All of our armies are fucked.
Yeah, they're stuck there. But we've got transport fleets that can move around.
They're black flags, so we can move them all around.
We can move them into Inverness, but they're gonna...
We have
they're
pirates?
gonna stop there. If you have your men behind enemy lines whenever a war ends, and they get black flagged, and they can walk through anywhere until you hit one of your territories, and then they get stuck.
I thought the black flag was synonymous with piracy and not victory.
Piracy is also a thing that will happen. We probably won't have much to do with it, because I'm pretty sure we already own all of the people who would even care to colonize. Except maybe Spain down there. I don't know if Andalusia actually has missions for it or anything.
Mains,
Yes, my liege.
I would like you. I pull something out of my pocket. I would like you to eat this, and I reveal a turnip. Eat this raw.
Okay,
Horrible.
my liege.
Oh, technology.
Is it good?
My
It's delicious, my
brain-
liege.
Where is it? There it is. I couldn't remember what the
And
button
I pull an
was.
onion out of my fucking imperial robe.
My
Yeah, eat
lord,
this
is this
raw.
why you usually smell like turnips
Okay.
and onions?
Yes. Do you like onion?
I do, my liege.
I mean, you're a peasant. You should.
This is
Yay!
my lord, pike and shot.
Pike and shice?
We've gotten the pike and shot.
We can do things now.
We don't have medieval infantry anymore.
We have upgraded to early modern.
Fantastic.
We're being so futuristic.
We have our cannon that can move, and we have our pike that is longer than any sword ever imagined, and a gun.
The gun is
No one can
superior.
beat us.
There
We're
is
still using
a
shitty ass cavalry though.
there's an event that we'll have to choose between later on called musket or bow, and we'll have to officially declare that the bow is dead.
Yes, we will, and some people will be really annoyed by that.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have to tell them, shut up.
Naval traditions are being scorned. Lately, our focus has primarily been army-oriented. Perhaps we shouldn't overlook the possibility of a strong navy and invest more time in naval research.
What
We
are
could be
you
like,
talking
no,
about?
you liar, and we'll gain army tradition and lose a bunch of navy tradition, or we can just lose a little bit of navy tradition.
Our navy isn't. It doesn't even have that much navy tradition at the moment.
It doesn't.
So it really wouldn't be much of a negative. So yeah, just lands where it's at, bro.
We like our army, which is why we will have legions later.
The sailors just start sinking the boats, not knowing how to even move the sails.
That'll teach them as they're still in it and they're in the sea. They're in
This
the
is
middle
how
of
we
sea,
do
they're
the
poking holes in-
fighting, right? Fires a fucking cannon into the rest of the ship. Blows up the
King don't
entirety
like our
of the powder
navy too
store.
much. He does. Blows a hole in the fucking in the hull.
Gods, my
And,
lord! We have more promoted cultures!
Have we
Oh.
promoted any cultures yet?
No.
No, because a lot of the other cultures we had to promote were all fucking small.
We got Sorbians and Polish now, though.
I'll let you
Who
guys
even
handle
are the
that.
Sorbians?
They're the people from
Somewhere over there.
What's that one game we were playing, Alex?
There they are.
They're in the middle
Su-
of Germany.
Suzerain?
Yeah. So I
Those
guess
people.
the Poles and the I guess we should consider having the Sorbians and Poles be accepted. Once we have the points to do so.
They'll give us lots of money and territory. Well, not territory, but lots of extra money and manpower. Are we going to
William!
continue? Yes.
Fuck with all the generals and make all the drilling happen.
Are we also going to be going to war with anybody else at any time in the near future?
Alba until it gets fixed. It's like, it's still so wrong.
It is still wrong, but we could do other things.
It is heinously wrong.
Well, we did flip the red, not the red, the
What if
yellow
Tyler
for
the
a
First
blue color.
dies? What if Tyler the First dies with this unsolved? What if Tyler the First legacy is breaking the realm in a very sizable way?
I accepted the Renaissance.
You did, but you also snapped the realm in twain. You're gonna be like Henry VIII, and you're gonna be controversial.
Mm-hmm. Officially, on paper, you did lose us. On paper, you did lose us the northern half of the homeland.
On paper, you lost us enough land that Andalusia is like, you guys are our equals now, when before we were so powerful, the game wouldn't even allow us to look at them as a
We're
rival.
fixing a border issue that I don't like looking at. Look at it. It already looks a lot better.
It does. Also, okay, so we have a lot of money. So we need to look around, and there are some provinces that we need to start building courthouses in. London's going to need one.
Bum, 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 bum,
London,
bum, bum,
York,
bum, bum.
Lincolnshire.
That will decrease the costs of those fuckers.
We can also build more money makies.
It only costs 95 gold to build money makies instead of 100 now.
That's true.
Oh, nice. Bloody nice. Now, Advisor Alex, I'd put a ham leg in front of you. Eat that.
So the workshops would make us more money, but like I said, we need to have a church and a workshop in every province, realistically.
True.
Eat this mutton. It is full of maggots.
Horrible. Horrible, my liege.
Don't
It
do it.
squirms just right, my liege. I will take his leg if he does not wish for it.
You get promotion.
He can have it. I have enough manners to lose a few, so I don't have to
I'm
maggot.
going to make him a king.
Oh, my liege.
So he stops doing what he's doing, and he sets up a second. This becomes a multiplayer game, and he takes over the crown. He takes over the crown of France, and you plant the seed that will fucking doom Alba. And you'll make it so that he will, in the background, plot to fucking rebel so hard against
He
us.
still has to eat the leg,
Okay.
though.
Do we
You'll eat the
concentrate
horrible
development in Schleswig-Holstein?
I've also horribly poisoned it.
My lord.
I don't think we need to be doing anything like that, but
It would make
What?
our capital bigger is the main thing.
my emperor, you have the ability to rape the very land itself.
Yes.
I like that.
You have the
But-
ability to take a whole state and fucking demolish it, basically, and make it so that a whole bunch of its infrastructure is transferred to the capital.
Mm-hmm.
Would that
It
be
is
wise?
Rather horrid for the state you're doing it in, but,
That's
you know.
right next to the capital. I don't know if it's necessary.
Holstein also has a trade port in it, and so does Lübeck.
Well, it won't get Lübeck.
Well, they'll get Holstein.
It will get Holstein.
And I have a policy personally of I have an anti-backwater policy. Where I try to make it to where no province in my empire is a province where you can just like be in the wilderness and fall over and die without anyone hearing you.
It's typically a good thing. I guess we won't rape the land. It's fine.
No, it's not necessary.
Any land rapage that I do is only in times where there's a state that has a development rating that is entirely too high. Like if it's a former capital I've taken over and the disease is spreading through Deloria.
Oh,
Must be those
Do you
mutants I
know-
scared.
Do you spend the whole economy or do you lose all of our Diplo points?
We'll spend an economy, I guess.
Oh, that'll be
No, wait,
too
no, we
low.
won't. That's all. I think we'll lose the stability.
Just flee the city. Flee the city.
Turns and runs.
I would say just do the Diplo power.
You think? Okay.
Yeah, there's no
Dude.
penalty for going negative on powers.
He's like,
Okay.
I will pray. I will pray.
I thought that was 100 gold, not 800.
No.
That was 800 and something gold. Almost.
I saw it very wrong.
One whole
I shouldn't have
economy.
given those leg muttons full of maggots and poison to the whole populace.
Hey, you
Maybe
ruined the
not.
whole city.
So our truce lasts for
Too long.
we got another 15 years,
Oh!
and you are currently 51.
51. You're gonna die before this problem's fixed.
Probably.
No!
You could.
And you know what? William's gonna fix it. And
He's gonna take all my credit.
William the VIII is gonna take the credit
Mhm.
for unifying Alba.
And if you
And
don't
that
take
will be
Burgundy,
the-
I will.
And I'll have it in the written record. I was like,
God
William the
damn
VIII
it. Okay,
unifies
take
Alba.
Burgundy. We have 15 years to wait. Just take Burgundy.
We
He
want
gets antsy. He's like, invade Burgundy.
Marsilia. Because we will rename it Marseille, and it will be a
Yeah,
great
take,
trade port.
Take Malaysia down there, okay?
Sure. Kill them all.
Send the French to do it.
That's what we're doing. They're fine. Kwanan Baffin. Yes, you go there. Oh no, you're already.
These
trained.
names.
What about?
They've always been like
you?
this.
You're fine.
Walmart has eggnog. Also, Kroger also has it.
Oh, I'll have to stock up. I'll buy 3 gallons of it.
I mean, you don't have to wait for treaties, but you do have to wait for treaties.
You do have to wait for.
It will
We-
only kill your
We
nation if you don't.
especially have to wait for treaties because we have like a plus 200% fucking stability cost. What's our governing capacity at now? I think our governing capacity is at over 1,000, but we keep taking more
Yeah.
land. We've almost done it. We've almost done it, boys.
Yeah, we're almost there.
So very classic Alba, where someone does all the work and the next person swoops in and takes all the credit.
That happens all the time.
Yeah.
It was rarely William who got to do the swooping in and taking of the credit, so that's a change.
Mm-hmm. It feels good.
Why am I cursed?
You're not cursed. You
I
just
have-
did a thing that'll affect Alba for generations.
Started a war in Spain that did not get us our objective. You broke the country.
He
but you
told
did
me
embrace
I
it.
couldn't.
It's
I
like
told
you
you what?
stamp your feet. You're like, he said.
He told me I couldn't do it.
They wouldn't let you.
You'll be known as a massacrer, and many of Alban soldiers died doing your objectives, which were vague that the populace didn't really understand.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the mutton poisoning was real weird.
The Great Mutton Poisoning of 1495 was real bad too.
You nearly killed off a large percentage of our population because you wanted to give poison.
I
mutton
caused
to
a
the
new
people.
plague.
Fucking fortified Germany is, by the way. I'd like to point out I demolished like 5 forts in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
It super doesn't need it.
No foreign army could ever march through Germany without having to do like 3 sieges.
Estonia's at war and they're losing.
Yeah, because France came in and kicked their heads in during that last war we had with our Alba war.
It's almost like people that fight us end up irreparably
They
damaged.
demand pensions?
Would
They
you like
do.
to lose tax income or a stability?
Stability's necessary.
Our stability is almost zero.
You can't pay that.
You go all the way down to -3.
Mm-hmm.
Just accept their demands.
When the revolution comes, we must maintain our stability at +3. Because if it even considers being under +3, then the revolutionaries are like, I see an angle!
Mm-hmm. And once
they'll
the
start
revolution starts worming its way in, it's not gonna stop.
Start stabbing.
Mm-hmm. Our
They have
whole
a whole
empire
thing-
will start crumbling.
They have a whole thing, too, where if you don't accept the revolution, you get like -5 stability, and it's like, ah! They kick you right in the balls.
It's real bad. Something we want to avoid, if at all possible.
They shake the very fabric of the empire and see what happens.
I'm
I'm
really
the
scared of what the
terracotta
revolution will
sun.
do.
I'm afraid of it as well. I really want us to be Rome by then, so that we can just fucking Pontifex Maximus Supremus Augustus Romi at them until they shut up and die.
You forgot Rudo.
I purposefully left Rudo out.
But Maximus Rudo.
There we go.
What is your problem?
I want this. Make them stop spying on us, because they're spying on us. They're spying on us. My liege, they're spying on us.
Must make the Gaeldom really upset that they're still in this whole vassalage situation.
Yeah, they wanted to be free. They wanted to reclaim what was once Alba. And now look at them.
We're in a situation where there is essentially 3 Albas now.
Okay.
There's Alba, Lesser Alba, and then there's like Gaelic nationalists, which we're putting down. That's what's happening right now, by the way. There's like Gaelic nationalists that are going on, and they're saying Sam things.
I hate Sam.
And meanwhile, you have us new Albans who are like, no, Albans speak German and French and Dutch and Danish, and they're like, no, they don't. They shake their head.
They shake their head and they shake their fists and they take up their gigantic claymores and wear their kilts and do all the wrong things that we abandoned
shake their
long
penises
ago.
at us.
Christian Talbot is dead.
Is that a person?
I think Casper here
Oh,
would
that
be
was
really helpful.
That was the guy that we saved.
There's a monk that wants to join your court. He'll reduce our national unrest by a lot.
Yeah, our national unrest is like plus 1.4 or something. This would bring it down by 2.
Pretty good.
I like that idea. I like no revolts. Also, your cruelty makes the people very unhappy, my liege.
Yeah, your cruelty's a problem, my lord.
They do not like it when you poison the populace.
Was it poisoning?
Everyone knows about the great mutton poisoning, and they don't like it.
They know I'm the emperor, right?
Oh, they know.
They tolerate it, but they don't fucking like it. And every now and then, anytime they think that the guards aren't watching, they do some nonsense and they burn something.
Mm-hmm.
There are too many forts in Germany. And I don't mean our Germany, I mean Germany. Look at Germany.
There are a lot.
They're just like next to each other. They formed there's a wall going from the Alps all the way into fucking the Baltic.
Yeah.
France is the same way. They don't have a leader like me who came in and just demolished half of them, which is probably what they should be doing. They'd be making a lot more money.
Jordan, don't you say such heretical things. We gave up that language long ago.
We're becoming Latin, you see.
Currently, the official languages of the Alban Empire right now is Gaelic, Danish, currently. Those are the 2 accepted languages.
Barbaric languages.
We had to start speaking as the Vikings did.
Alba Gubre.
Oh, that feels wrong.
That's what happened.
We fought so hard to not be conquered by them, and now we're speaking their language.
We can get copper bottoms on our ships.
We're almost there. We're almost at the discipline.
We need the last idea.
We got discipline there, and we got discipline there.
Now give us cannon bonuses and give us discipline.
Everyone in the game.
We're close.
Our discipline will be so high we'll be able to smash any army for the next 100 years.
I just want to take more land. We don't take any land when we win a war.
We've taken so much so far.
Take like whole provinces every fucking war.
It used to be that we would take like counties within each of these places.
Well,
we're taking
districts within these
lots.
provinces is how it used to be.
Oh. I guess I'm using a wider scale.
An accounting of the land you've taken during your reign, it's like, I can take nothing. And it's like circling huge sections of Europe. It's like, you took this and this and this.
Burgundy wants peace. We will give them none.
Let them be destroyed entirely.
Are you the Abbasids we're fighting? Are
two
you the
Abbasids.
Abbasids? You're the Abbasids. There are two different
Hello,
Abbasids.
we are the Abbasids.
Look, there are 3 Albas and 2 Abbasids, okay? That's how it works.
It's horrible.
And then there's one Africa, I think.
There is
Africa's
Africa's
there are
broken
two
up into like
Africas.
3 parts.
There's 2 Africas
I think
now.
there's some Africas in Sicily as well.
My liege, do we get a fort defense bonus or a siege ability bonus for 10 years?
Siege ability, siege ability.
Siege. Forts are a bastard.
We want to invade constantly. Look at all these fucking colors.
God. There's far too many.
Sweden is
Sweden.
unifying Scandinavia very quickly.
Yes, it is. I
They're
expect
gonna be
them
a
to
problem
actually
real
form
soon.
Scandinavia.
That was another thing that happened when you were gone. Sweden officially became a great power.
Oh.
Yep.
So they're on the great powers list.
Oh, and they're starting to get big.
Yeah, they're gonna be. That's a later problem.
Sweden has real big combat ability bonuses
Hopefully
that they get
they
later
don't
on.
get Gustavus
I am
Adolphus.
Curious.
They
if
very
they'll-
much do get Gustavus Adolphus later on, just like
Hopefully we
automatically.
defeated them by then and not just put them off the back burner
They
over
get-
and over and
so-
over again.
If we go, so here's a fun little fact for you. Paradox is based off in Sweden, and there's a running tale that they intentionally made Sweden OP because they are Swedish.
Yeah.
So when we hit the age of absolutism, Sweden gets bonuses like Swedish absolutism, which makes it to where their version of absolutism is better than ours.
hmm They also get infantry combat ability bonuses just for being Swedish, and they get discipline bonuses, I believe.
A bunch of military buffs. Luckily, they can't form Scandinavia because they'd have to have control over Denmark, and that's not happening.
That's not happening.
We will defend that to the
Okay,
last man.
So the nobles want to stop paying money to you in Novi Sad. If you let them do that,
Some
they'll be
far
really
off
loyal
eastern
to you.
province.
But or you could just say no, and they won't like that, but they'll get over it.
It's
No.
some far province in Poland or something.
Oh
Yeah.
wait. Well,
It's
look
like-
at our economy. We're
it's
doing pretty good right now. You think we could
it's
just take the hit?
I mean, it would probably be fine.
We chastise
But
the landowner because
that's what
it's
I would
it's
do.
already a shitty backwater.
Yeah. Look at all those stats. I see them now. Yeah, do that.
So we have a lot of money. I think that we should consider building 12 churches.
I waved the hand once again. I was gonna say the same thing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. More churches to worship at Sunday Mass.
So I will have to mark that Emperor Tyler I probably built 40 churches in his reign.
He did build a lot.
He built more churches in his reign in the fucking 600 years of the Crusader Kings, the number of churches that were built.
Yeah.
Suck it, Sam. You fat bitch.
Glory and
Oh,
power.
okay. We've got people going into Abbasid land now.
Yeah, Carpathia and France has invaded the Abbasids.
We'll not worry too much about the Arabians. Hamburg is now officially ours. Holstein and Schleswig.
I love Alba. I will make it whole once again.
We can do another Splendor thing.
We might
I
as well
will-
transfer
Where's
something.
my son? Is he learning in school? I forgot he existed.
I am here, Papa. I am
His son
11.
is 11, and he's good. Hopefully he doesn't die.
Son,
Hopefully I don't go have a
shake
hunting
him.
accident.
Son! Silence your words. You must hear me. I may not live long enough to unite Alba. But you can finish my great work.
He uses
I'm
his 6
11.
diplomacy to end the wars and solve everything with paper signings and stuff.
And then it's just gonna be the dots all over the goddamn map.
Dots on the the emperor just takes ink and just starts splattering on the map and says, "It's gonna look like this again."
And we can't do that.
Abbasids, will you give me money and go away? We'll talk
So
later,
mean to dearest
Abbasids.
Sam, Jordan said.
It's just Iceland. You can have some autonomy.
Well, has he
I
built
think
40
I would
churches?
absolutely describe Sam as a Gaelic nationalist. So the fact that
He
we're dealing
would.
with Gaelic nationalist revolts repeatedly now, I can blame Sam for all I
Well, imagine this.
That's fair.
Imagine if he was in this game. Imagine how how he would turn the clock backwards.
He would demand that we stop playing as Alba and become the fucking Gaeldom and then reconquer the whole empire again or some other nonsense.
Oh God, that would be horrid.
We'd have to
yeah,
reconquer it, but
that's
this time
wrong.
correct and make it pure.
Oh,
With our superior moral fiber. Don't tell me that's not
No.
something Sam would say.
it is,
what he
but we
said.
would have to abandon our great Britishness.
He would demand it. He'd
Ignorant,
stamp his foot.
ignorant fool.
Slave of passion,
All right, it's time.
sharing in my triumph.
We will transfer these occupations to Francia.
I hate that.
Why
We can
can't
keep
just have
Marseille
them?
if you really want.
No, because it's all the way
It's
down
all or
there.
nothing.
But it is a port, and it's got an estuary in it.
It is great. It's fantastic. Look at all these like Middle Eastern influenced buildings here.
We're gonna burn them down.
This place has been under control of like Muslims of the wrong culture for so long.
They're so incorrect. It might as well be Malta.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, who owns Malta?
The Maltese.
The
have
Maltese,
knights.
actually. And they're
The
DeLorean.
Maltese are Malta.
Oh, thank goodness.
And they're
We'll
good
come
DeLoreans.
for them one I like how it seems to not matter what province you click on it, the Germans have a permanent fucking claim on it.
Yeah.
It doesn't particularly matter. Even Malta, it doesn't matter where you click, the Germans have a permanent claim.
Just
Like the Germans are like, this is mine, this is mine.
what do they want? All.
This.
They want
Germany's
all.
like, this is the German Empire. It's like, what does Germany want? They take a map and they circle Europe. It's like, I want these.
Well, good luck with that.
of Germany and France. Let's go. They'll kill us all.
We'll take as much of them as we can. And take some money too.
Sam
Who's
believes
not
in the
gonna
old
piss off?
ways,
You didn't even
and
look. You knew that
this
would
is a new
piss off.
era.
Because it doesn't matter that much. None of these people are strong enough to care.
If all of them unite, though,
If all of them unite, then we might have an even fight.
I don't want an even fight. I want incredibly one-sided fights over and over again.
All we have to do is keep them
Real
under our boot.
politics.
If we keep them under our boot, they won't be able to build enough to stop us.
You're gonna steer us into World War One.
Oh, don't do that. You have to do that in Victoria.
I'm still so frightened of Victoria. Also, we have 17 years before the Protestant Reformation happens. Maybe that will happen during Tyler's reign as well, and he'll be blamed for that too.
Don't do
Maybe.
that to me, son. I shake my son.
Son, don't. Maybe I'll die before then.
Son, you have to make things right. You have to finish my plans.
Okay.
And say that Daddy Dearest did this. Daddy Dearest did this.
Yes,
the Queen wants you to do a special favor for her family. The
yeah.
Queen wants you to do a favor for the family, Emperor.
You
What?
can say yes, and the nobility will gain some influence, and they'll remember that you helped them. Or you can say no, they will hold it against you, you'll lose prestige, and this Irish territory will gain a little bit of autonomy.
The province of Sligo will gain a bunch of autonomy.
They don't need autonomy. Just that seems fine. Just do that. Just do anything for the Queen.
Anything for the dear
Whatever.
Queen.
What's my wife's name? Which is my bottom bitch?
I think
I
we
do like.
should.
It's like, what is my wife?
I think we should improve more of our manpower.
Okay, so we should have. So our manpower situation, I think it's folly to build fucking barracks everywhere. Not because of the cost of barracks, but because they take up a valuable building slot.
True.
And so, really, I think our manpower situation just is fine because we have such a stockpile of it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get a larger income of it once we unlock the manufactories to fix that. So I think we should ignore our manpower generation until that point. Because we have plenty. We'd have to get into a series of incredibly brutal wars for it not to be fine.
All of these tiny places say they hate us. But will they care enough to do anything about it?
Why do they exist down there still? I see 2 red dots in France.
Because I wasn't able to take everything. This is what's left.
That's been a constant issue.
We haven't unlocked imperialism yet, okay? It's only 1500.
And even
Later
when we
on,
have
imperialism, we could be like, I want the country, and you can just take it.
You can, but even then there will be a limit.
I forget
to
I'm not in the good times yet. I'm in the early modern era.
Modern era.
Where we still have vassalage.
Where we use pikes still a lot.
There's 2 Gillicomgans and I hate it.
Yeah.
Gillicompton Proctor and Gillicomgan Tarleton.
It's a popular name.
I hate it. It should not be.
It was a hit name at the time.
And now it's a traditional name.
And now it's a name I want to hit people for. Alright, and other people...
The naming conventions of our empire is fascinating.
Fascinatingly fucked.
The hideous first names and like incredibly British last names. Army has been stuck up on those northern islands for so long. I'm certain they can leave.
Probably. When is the next war?
A while.
Another 8 years.
Another 8 years.
Fine.
Emperor Tyler the First may live long enough to see another war with Alba.
I would love to see that.
It's debatable on if he'll see it out, though.
How old am I?
You're probably in your 60s.
You're 50.
You're 56.
You're almost.
I was just 26
Oh
a few
no,
years ago.
we don't want Lesser Alba to hate us more.
Oh no. Anyway.
United in prayer.
An important thing.
You being a man of faith, you have found an unusually personal way of creating trust and ensuring loyalty. Oh. When meeting another DeLorean ruler in person, he will often ask them to pray together for their common goals, while perhaps forsaking some distance.
I think that just means that whenever you meet someone, you just invite them to Sunday Ass. And then you just fuck.
You like sit next to them and you start groping them, and they're like, "Whoa!" and you're like, "It's for God."
And they're just like,
I start fondling their balls.
Yeah.
Well, if
like,
it's for God.
in that picture, instead of holding my hands up like that, I put my hand down.
And you're like, let's talk about matters of the state as you fondle them.
So you can either fondle them and potentially, most likely, make them really like you. It's Germany. Or you can just gain a little bit of Diplo power.
I think I'm gonna show my DeLoreanism.
He's going to fondle the Germans.
I'm gonna fondle the German and show him this is the way of things.
They liked it.
Wanders through Germany, fondling local rulers.
I'm on my vacation where I stroll through the land.
It's normal.
You're in the streets, going to the market, and you're picking out delicious ones for later. There's been a revolt.
That's a French.
Burgundians.
We just gotta keep Francia busy. As long as they're busy, they can't have treasonous thoughts. They've got another one.
Diplo points. We got a lot of Diplo points, and how many more points do we need to get the last military idea?
We need another...
We're very close.
About 15. So yeah, another 2 months.
A few more months. We have a lot of Diplo points, so we can possibly get more production. Or really what we should do now is provinces we start pumping points into are provinces that should have courthouses.
Well, which provinces already have courthouses?
York, Lincolnshire, and London has one.
We could pump it into any of those, really.
I think realistically, given the percentages they give, I think that once a province gets 25 to 30, that's when they need a courthouse. Anything under that, the bonuses that it gives aren't really that worth it.
Mm-hmm.
But
We could.
also there's some armor you could upgrade.
Yeah, I was just thinking we could. We've already got a courthouse here. Is there anything else we can build as well? If we wanted to, we could build some navy stuff here, but we should probably go ahead and upgrade this.
Yeah, more institution spread, more decreased development cost, all that good shit.
We should also find a stopping point sometime soon.
We're almost there. We can also upgrade here. In York.
Yeah. Increase our power over the English trade node.
Yorkshire.
More money. Eventually, we want London to be a tier 3.
Yeah, we want that to be a world trade center.
No.
Yes. And then we'll go to war with the Muslims repeatedly.
And then they'll do something to
I rub my hands together and say, yes.
Yes.
My long plot.
We shall make it look like an inside job. No, wait, no, it's the opposite of what we want.
Oh. They have sent a shit-smeared insult toward you, my liege.
The Emperor fell into the Thames. That would be a misfortune. But if someone dragged him out again, that would be a calamity. That's what they said.
Oh, write a letter.
It's like you write a letter right now.
I'm feeling a flight come about me.
Should we launch a last-minute crusade against them?
You could either send.
That's the same one we did last time.
Ooh.
Your entire mind suffers from delusions of adequacy.
That one. That's the one.
That's the official reply from the Empire. You could not insult people in this way in Crusader Kings.
It's very
You couldn't
personal.
cut them to their core like you can now.
It's very deep. Sweden
France
is definitely.
annihilated them.
Yes, they did.
There was a big rebel army that had like 10,000 more men than that army, and the French just fucking annihilated them.
Mm-hmm. They're real scary. What are their ideas so far? They're getting defensive ideas. Defensive and economic. Yes. Oh. Our military is beautiful now. Our cannons.
110% discipline!
We're very, very powerful.
Now, so we'll finish religious ideas, and then we'll get economic ideas. And then when we finish both of those, we'll get the discipline bonus from the British ideas tree. And then we'll get the policy that will give us more discipline. And so we'll be sitting at like 115 to 120% discipline at that point. And then the age of absolutism will come, and we'll get even more.
Okay, so we can. This guy is a really good defensive maker guy. We can either hire him on as an advisor, and he would be 50% cheaper, or we can just make Berlin more defensive until the end of the game.
Or pronounce that name.
Is Berlin ours or
No, pronounce that man's name.
Oh, and how can Raleigh?
It's like, Onasun Rayleigh? I don't know.
I hate it. Shall
That's a
his
DeLorean
entire
name,
country use him, or shall he just make Berlin very
Orbian
defensive?
DeLorean. So yeah, you can make it so that Berlin will get a defensive bonus for the rest of the game, or you can have him as an advisor. That'll be cheaper.
We already have an advisor.
We
That's
do.
pretty good. I don't see why we need him. Yeah.
Okay.
He will stay in Berlin, and Berlin will be 25% more defensive for the rest of the game.
For
Just
the
tell him
rest
to
of the
build
game.
concrete fortifications.
The
as
Germans are bored. They're
do.
going to build bunkers.
Concrete?
That's how this.
Is
That's
that near the
like
island of
me.
Crete? We're making lots and lots of money.
Sweden sent a message to someone else. I don't
Sweden is
care about.
invading Livonia.
Yeah, Sweden is consolidating.
Sweden's gonna create the greatest Swedish Empire.
I
What
wish
kind
I was one solid color like them.
of, what kind of claims does Sweden have?
Probably all.
Yeah, so they have the Swedish Empire claims.
Yeah. They want Coronia next, it looks like. Livonia is going away. Say goodbye.
Vladimir has also been expanding pretty aggressively lately as well. They now go all the way to the Black Sea.
Their
I
claims
can't
are
believe
pretty
they have a
large.
state named after Putin.
It is Vladimir.
Vladimir. They own Moscow.
They have Moskva.
They have the Kremlin.
hmm Do they have Kiev? Where's Kiev at?
I think Kiev's down here. There it is.
Kiev, yeah. Yeah, there's
That
Kiev.
is owned
They
by
don't have
Chernihiv.
Kiev. It's controlled by Chernigov.
Chernigov, and then there's Marshal Zhukov, and then there is Halavech.
My liege, what are we going to build? We can build manufactories now, too.
Well, then we should probably be building those in all the manufacturing areas.
Impressment offices apparently need to go anywhere we're planning on building ships, because now they decrease shipbuilding time and ship costs.
Okay.
So, having one in Deloria would probably be a good one.
Yeah, that one looks like a great place to have a
One in
Navy
Deloria
station.
would be good.
Right, and then we had some. Oh, you don't have any money for it.
We can also build shipyards and shit like that now.
Oh, it
Probably
looks like
William will also be cruel.
I've learned from you, father. I shall poison
Yes.
the people once more.
You pray by burning your
That's
enemies.
how the fucking Alpin family is. The Alpins have killed so many fucking people. They're real massacre people.
We have killed lots of people.
My boy, you have come back from your tutelage.
Remember the great flaming wedding?
I do.
Yes.
I do.
How old are you, my son?
I am of age.
It's like
Great.
we've had the great burning wedding.
Oh,
in Crusader
everyone
Kings.
is so cruel.
Now in Europa Universalis, we've had the great mutton poisoning.
I think cruelty will be in our family for years to come.
I think it's been in our family for a long time.
It checks out.
Oh no.
People are not. Our people are going to hate us. And
We'll
we're just
put
going to have
them
to
down
get
with-
over it.
With military force.
As usual.
Our capacity
Add more massacre
is
to us.
getting so much better. We're at 1100.
Realistically, as long as we can maintain a governing capacity where we're not over it by at least 50%, I'm happy.
It has to have been 15 years by now. Can we...
No.
You
Got
got a
another
few
6
more years
years.
left, my lord.
6 more... I'll be dead by then.
Probably.
Build, like, more churches because I feel bad.
Churches.
He ordered the production of more churches.
More churches.
There we are.
Oh, Gillicomgan has died. One of
Oh,
them.
thank God.
A metric shit ton of Diplo points again, by the way.
We do. But we are getting close to time.
We're about to get the tech. We're about to get new ships. We're about to get bigger ships.
Yeah.
It is past 10 now.
I suppose it's time then.
I suppose it's time.
Yeah.
We've grown so
I know
Hopefully
you guys
hopefully-
really love this game.
Hopefully it won't take us so long to come back to this time.
Yeah. I would
There's
like
a
to
lot on
see
the
this
docket.
one through. And that's why I was trying to fast forward a lot. 'Cause-
Well, we've gone through a lot of time so far, but Tyler the First, he took power at the age of 15, so he was going to have a long reign.
It's true. I'll be right behind
I'm
him,
sorry,
too.
guys. I've taken 2 of your sessions.
That's fine.
You'll just name the next one, too.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe for a little bit.
No, you'll name it.
you'll name the session.
Well, fair. But I mean, you know. I
You'll
won't
only be
in it
king
very long.
or an emperor for a little bit, but you'll
And
name
then
it.
William will die of some calamity.
And
something
then the
will
line will be over. It'll be
And-
great.
No. No, please.
I shake my... That's how I greet him, I think. I just shake him by his shoulders.
You've done it since
Yeah.
I was
My son.
a baby.
I've been doing it
It's had
since you were a
obvious
baby.
effects.
It made you angry all the time.
It made me very angry, and I can talk to people real good, but the other things, No, really. I guess I'm mostly
You're
just
pretty
about as good as
decent.
you, if not better. You're a better military
You're
person
just
than me, but
by 1 point. That's not
You're
much.
a really good ruler. Like you're gonna be a good emperor if you make it.
if I make it.
I don't.
You know, we have to get through that plague that's currently around. You know, that I caused.
The
I never
sweating
assume the
sickness.
players are gonna make.
The sweating
save.
sickness is so much.
It just makes you sweat like a pig.
You sweat until you die.
He's laying down like, oh fuck, until you fucking expire.
You just
Dehydration, I think, is the way you go.
You go to drink more water, and then you're just like, oh shit, it's a long time ago, and you start vomiting.
Realizes
You take a cup and you put it in the river, and then you remember, oh, we throw our shit in here, and then you get dysentery and you die.
Yay! Technology. We did it correctly.
It'll be another 200 years before we realize this.
How do you know that?
He gets enlightened, right? And then he dies.
Oh yeah, the Renaissance is here, so you're enlightened.
Yeah, he's just like, I know, and then he dies because the sweating sickness and the dysentery.
I think that's how the Renaissance happened. Everyone just figured out, oh fuck, we're really behind.
Really fucking backwater, and then they died from being backwater.
After the plague killed off a third of Europe, everyone was just like, well, I guess we gotta start again. Hence,
But we
Renaissance.
did that once. It was hard.
Because that means rebirth in French.
It's really sad whenever you look at the technological advancements of the Romans and how dark the Dark Ages were.
Yeah. It was
For
real dark.
the Islamic peoples, it was the Golden Age, but for Europe,
Yeah,
it
they
was
didn't go backward.
The Romans had concrete that you could use underwater.
Yeah.
That was a technology that we in real life did not discover until 1890.
We lost Greek fire too.
The Greek fire, they were like flamethrowers, and we're like, oh, we'll figure that out in 1904.
Yeah.
The Dark Age.
Let's figure out
Yay.
napalm.
And we'll use it to great effect in another place we're going to colonize. Eventually, we will reach beyond our Roman borders, and we will reach into other places.
So whenever we become Rome, we're gonna have to control Iraq, right?
We must.
And we're gonna have Egypt. So between controlling Iraq and the ports there, and and having the Suez Canal, I really, really want us to take over the Spice Islands in the future. Preferably, we won't have to colonize them, and someone else will have colonized them, and we can just come in and steal them with swords and shootings.
That would be nice, but the Spice Islands must happen.
I want Spice Islands, and I want there to have 20 production in each one of those little backwaters.
So Tyler, you saw how the cloth, its production, its goods production was like 3.15 or something like that.
I don't recall, but go on.
Right now, one of our most valuable trade good we have in Europe is cloth, and it's valued at about 3. Most trade goods are valued at about 2 ducats.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Spices, specific cloves. Cloves, a specific spice, which is only in like 5 provinces in the whole fucking planet, is valued at 8 gold per one.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that for every 5 production that you have in a province with cloves in it, you will make 8 ducats.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fucking money.
So we must control the spice. We have to control the spice trade and shoot anyone who disagrees.
Mm-hmm. Rome must Deus Volt across the rest of the world and spread its Delorianism.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the Roman trade going all the way out to like around modern Hong Kong for those spices? Like Roman coins and the like.
And I guess it'll just really depend on whoever's in charge if at that point we want to continue with Delorianism or convert everything to the old ways.
Oh no, I feel like the old rulers would fucking rise up out of their fucking graves if we did that.
Don't say things that'll anger them further.
They would fucking necromancy right on our doorstep.
But they would be deified, just like the other emperors.
They would come in and they'd be so mad.
They'd have more divine right because they're undead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They'll take over and they'll be like, Scotland forever!
Oh,
And
I
it'll
hate
be
that.
back to square one.
I don't like that.
The capital will be St. Johnstone!
But anyway, we're going to go ahead and go now. Thanks anybody who's still out there watching this bullshit for watching. Much appreciate it. Make sure you hit that you lick that like button and you stick that other button right up in another place. Yeah. Anything else?
Alba forever.
I don't say hi or bye to them, and I never will.
Okay.
I just say a thing at the end.
Bye!